Welcome to the Cardiff Cross Challenge. This is the first fixture in the British Athletics Cross Challenge series that will run this winter. Over the next few hours, we're going to have hundreds, if not thousands, of domestic athletes coming here to test themselves against the very top level of competition. We're going to have 11 races over the next 4 hours, all the way from under 11 up to the senior age groups. Once we get to those senior age groups, we're going to have some international athletes. Because not only is the Cardiff Cross Challenge the start of the domestic cross-country season, it's also the first fixture in the World Athletics Gold Cross-Country Tour. It's going to be brilliant to see those international athletes down here as well. This event has been a brilliant collaboration between British Athletics, Welsh Athletics and World Athletics. Earlier, I caught up with some of the personnel from Welsh Athletics. Thanks for joining us, James. James Williams, the CEO of Welsh Athletics. Can you tell us a bit about what this Cardiff Cross Challenge means to Welsh Athletics and the ambition you guys have for this event?
This is our signature event from a cross-country perspective, but also one of the biggest sporting events that the city of Cardiff will have this side of Christmas. You know, we'll have 2,000 runners from all ages and abilities charging around the field here in the city centre course, but also sprinkled amongst them some of the world's best cross-country runners. So for us, we want to showcase cross-country running at the highest end. We want to expose our athletes to the best athletes in the world and hopefully give everyone a great experience.
It's been brilliant inspiration for the young Welsh athletes and the others from around the UK to be up against those seniors. Do you have ambition to grow the event going forward? How do you think it could develop?
So this is our second year as part of the World Cross Country Tour. We absolutely want to continue to develop this event, continue to attract some of the best athletes from around the world to compete here in Cardiff. This effectively is the start of the cross country season across the world, which is a brilliant thing for us, and also to showcase and expose those athletes, our Welsh athletes, to these world-class athletes. It's something we absolutely want to build on.
Thank you. Hi Chris, thanks for joining us. Chris Jones, you're the Welsh Athletics head coach. Can you put this event here into context in terms of our domestic cross-country season?
And without a doubt, it's a starter. It starts the season off, it kicks us off. We see now as a world level event in the cross country calendar. We're now seeing obviously international athletes come to this event, plus we've got a domestic field obviously looking just to start to show form building towards the trials at Liverpool. So it's significant to the start of the cross country season. It is the start, there's no doubt.
How important do you think it is for our seniors to be able to be part of this World Athletics Gold Cross Country Tour and test themselves against the international athletes?
I think it's been lacking in over the last few years. We've just not had that depth of competition. We go to the trial in Liverpool and then step up to the European Cross Country Championship where we do so well. But also what we are looking for is to keep athletes in the sport for a longer period of time, operating at a higher level. So opportunities like this against this level of competition is fantastic for athletes in the UK.
underway very shortly here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Under 11 girls just getting themselves limbered up over on the other side of the course. This is a shot of the finishing straight that's going to see some fast and furious sprint finishes over the next 4 hours. There's the whole schedule for you, starting with the under 11s, under 13s, and then moving up the age groups as we look towards those two senior races at 1:40 and 2:50 here Welsh time. It's going to have some great races with some strong domestic competition, and the addition of those internationals could give us some really good races. The weather is fantastic at the moment. The ground is pretty firm underfoot. There's a few climbs as we head out around the course, but generally it's good running. But you always worry and wonder with these cross-country courses whether the younger age groups are going to chew the ground up a little bit more, and it might get muddier as we go through the day. Hopefully this guy won't be on the course once the races get going. But there are lots of spectators here, human and animal. It's a beautiful setting here in Llandaff Fields, just 2 miles north of the Cardiff city centre. I'm just going to have a look at the course. There's 3 loops, small, medium and large, will be added up to give us the race distances for the different athletes and the different age groups that they're in. Around about that B there, that's a short sharp hill as they head off into the woods, and there's a log jump just out on the medium lap as well. You can see it just by the sea there on your screens. That large big lap is nearly 2 miles in total distance, medium just under 3 kilometres, and the small lap just 1,250 metres, and that will be our opening races for the under 11 boys and girls as they whiz round the small lap. And here is the start list for our first race. Under 11 girls, just 10 competitors, but it's great to see the athletes of this age having a go at these competitions. I saw a lot of these athletes walking the course this morning with their maps in hand, more like an orienteering course, but they've got to figure out how they can navigate their way best around this field and how they can pace their efforts. Last year's event was won by Ellie Birchall in just over 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes and 5 seconds. We will see Ellie Birchall in the under 13 race. That will get underway at 11:50. But these young girls have been here waiting patiently. Some athletes choose to get there earlier, try and get their best position on the start line. And luckily, because it's sunny and it's dry, they won't have got too cold whilst they're waiting there. So the 11 names we flashed up, those are the ones entered into the Cardiff Cross Challenge. But this event is compiled in with the Gwent League. And there'll be a lot of club competitors down there. You can see them with their Gwent League bib on the front. So we won't necessarily have the names for those with the Gwent League on their front. And they'll be trying to collect points for their local leagues, and those will get compiled up. Here they are, just towing the line. First race underway here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Under 11 girls, all those feet behind the line, please. You can see the officials just pointing out to ensure everybody is ready for the start. Just 1,250 metres, one small lap, around about 5 minutes of running. These athletes are young, they will have done some races before, maybe at their primary school cross country, maybe at the league over the last couple of years, but pacing is so important. You can see straight away someone has sprinted out into the lead. It is good running. Some of the corners have started to get a little bit slippy already, but it's hard and fast underfoot. 23 there is Manon Phillips from Taff Running and Orienteering Team. She's clearly thinking she wants to stretch out this field. Sometimes if you can separate yourself from the other competitors, you might be able to relax just a little bit better and not worry about getting cut up, especially as you get towards those tight corners. They're going to head down this long starting straight. Around about a third of the lap will just tear straight down this opening straight. For the moment it is still Manon Phillips in the lead, but the rest of the athletes are starting to work together in a pack. You can See Amelia Quirk there just on the side of the course. She'll be in the senior race that gets underway at 1:40, just taking her time to look at the course. I'm sure she'll be cheering on some of these young athletes as well. So Manon Phillips still in the lead at the moment. She's going to come under some pressure from the athletes behind as they settle into their running. Coming up to a minute and a half on the clock. Like I said, expect the winning time in this race to be around about 5 minutes. And Manon Phillips just responding there as she felt the other athletes on her shoulder. She's got to pace herself right. Just working their way through this one small lap. Just getting to the top of this small lap, and they're going to take 2 right-hand turns to start turning themselves back towards the finish funnel and that finishing tape. They'll take a loop back into the middle of this small loop. It's almost teasing these athletes. They're going to get close to the finish, have to swing off to their right and do a hairpin before they come back towards the finishing straight. Good to see so many local athletes down there with their local club vests on. They'll be competing in the Gwent League, but also a load of club vests from around the country. Perhaps some of these athletes will have older siblings competing in some of the older races. But they're well over halfway in this race now. The clock coming up on 3 minutes. These athletes just past the halfway mark, I think, on this lap, but the leaders should be well into that hairpin, and they will be starting to gather their effort and gather the sprint. And we do have a new leader. Manon Phillips still working hard with this group. See 23 on her chest there. That is Manon Phillips from TAF Running and Orienteering Team. She was the early leader. She looked like she was responding to some of the other moves from the other athletes. I do think these other 2 have got Gwent League numbers on their chest, though I won't necessarily know these athletes' names. But some fantastic running going on for the young lady in pink shoes there. She bided her time, sat in 3rd for most of the race. Manon Phillips had such a burst of speed at the start of the race. If she can match any of that down this finishing straight, she could pull herself back into the lead. They're just about coming past the 200 metres to go mark. They're going to turn right, and then it is going to be a flat out sprint down into the finishing straight. 3 girls toe for toe, and the rest of the athletes just moving their way. Great to see all the parents and all the coaches down there supporting. Every position will count towards their team score for those in the Gwent League, and those here for the Cardiff Cross Challenge will be accumulating points as well. And it is going to be one of the Gwent League winners here. So the Gwent League athlete timing her kick to perfection. She had a go down that opening straight to get herself past Manon Phillips. In the end, it is going to be a win for one of the Gwent League athletes, 2nd for the Gwent League as well. Manon Phillips perhaps just fading into 4th there in the closing stages. All these girls sprinting their hearts out down this home straight. Let's hope they hang around to watch the older races. So many positions can change in the latter stages in a cross-country race, but that was a great sprint finish between the winners. And the rest of these under 11 girls just getting themselves across the line, completing the first race here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Great to get a look at this finishing straight as well. I talked about it at the start, but it slightly downhill. This last 150 could be super quick. Slightly reminiscent perhaps of the Liverpool home straight. The Liverpool Cross Challenge will be taking place towards the end of November. That's a big one. It's a trial for the European Cross Country Championships. And they have a similar dramatic finishing straight there in Liverpool. club runners making their way over the finish line. Hopefully we're going to have a full contingent of finishers. 1,250 metres for these under 11 girls. We are pretty near the start of the cross-country season, so I do wonder that could be one of their first cross-country races ever. Let's hope it's first of many. So many leagues and events all over Great Britain to keep our athletes entertained and introduced into cross-country. So the next race we'll have underway is the under 11 boys. They'll do one small lap as well. So the same course that we just saw the under 11 girls do. I've got 17 entrants listed here, but as with the under 11 girls, we might expect some more from the Gwent League. Good to see these 11 starters, largely represented by Welsh clubs, the likes of Edward Salter from Taunton, Edward Stote from North Somerset, Charlie Barnes from Bristol and West. English athletes making their way over here to get some competition against the Welsh athletes. So this race was won by Jude Jenkins last year. He ran it in 4 minutes and 45 seconds. We'll see him in the under 13 race. As with Ellie Birchall, who won last year, we can see her progress herself up into the under 13 age group. So we will have a new winner in the under 11 boys race. See these crowds and spectators gathering to get that lovely starting shot. The under 11 boys are ready to get underway. All elbows and knees down there, trying to jockey for position, get themselves the very best start. There'll also be that debate about which side of the start line you want to be positioned on. Here's a right-hand turn first, just off the start line, a gentle right-hand turn, so the shortest line would be on the right, but then you run the risk of getting swallowed up by the rest of the field. So that electric start from Manon Phillips in the under 11 girls, perhaps part of that, trying to get herself out of trouble. But it cost her a little bit in the latter half of the race. Very busy park here at Landau Fields. Plenty of dogs. We've seen some squirrels, just as long as they stay off the course, eh? So that looks like a very well-behaved dog, as does that one. It's a whole family day out here. This is an advert for cross-country for you. Not only can you make your children sprint around a muddy field and probably keep them quiet for the rest of the day, but you can get your dog walked at the same time. Crufts has got nothing on us here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. That's a lovely young-looking, maybe a terrier of some sort. I have to brush up on my dog breeds. These poor people probably come here to walk their dog almost every day, and today they're going to be super confused because there's barriers and tapes and flags and emotions everywhere. Second race on the start line, ready to go. This is the under 11 boys. Nothing quite like the nerves and emotion of being stood on a cross-country starting line, staring at that starter. When is he going to raise up his arm? Under 11 boys underway. As expected in these young races, it's so often a sprint to the front. Everybody getting themselves out of trouble. They're also probably filled with adrenaline and nerves. This race should be won in under 5 minutes. If we go by the standard set of Jude Jenkins last year, And that's not an awful lot of running, but at this age it still requires a lot of pacing. You don't want to go out too hard. Looks like that could be Thomas Davis of Carmarthen District Harriers taking up the early lead. It is windy here in Cardiff as well, and I would say that the wind would be in their face down this long starting straight, perhaps sheltered by those trees. Still nice and firm underground. It was getting a little bit muddy over towards the right hand of the course when I walked it a few hours ago. So perhaps we might see some of the older athletes later on as it gets even more cut up. They might drift over to that left hand side, try and get the firmer footing. But Thomas Davis happy to hug the tape, run the shortest line. He's got one Gwent League athlete for company behind him. And another athlete down there. Could that be Edward Stote of North Somerset? I think I do recognise that black and yellow vest. But Thomas Davis really piling the pressure on here. He's looking relaxed, he's looking smooth. Those two athletes can work well together behind him. They've got to keep them in his sights. Did see early sprint from Manon Phillips. She came under pressure as they turned into that hairpin that's in the middle of the course. At the moment, Thomas Davis looking full of running. That's their first right-hand turn. This is where all the loops converge. We're going to see these loops in every race used in different combinations to give us our total race distance. Just 1,250 metres for the under 11s. Nice big field, lots of athletes down here running for their club in the Gwent League. They'll score points for their club, and then across their whole Gwent League season they will select overall winner for the clubs, overall winner individually. Could well be that some of these cross-challenge competitors are also competing in the Gwent League today. Young boys working well towards the back of the field. You hope that maybe you can find someone to run with, a bit of company, and you can relax through the middle section of this course. But these are the leaders of our race, just turning into this hairpin. It's a tight turn here round one of these big trees. I saw lots of young athletes practicing this in their spikes a few minutes before this race, trying to practice their angle, trying to keep their footing around that tree. Good effort there from Thomas Davis. He navigated the tree no problem at all. Took some great speed into it as well. We have some big fields coming up in some of the older age groups. That tree could cause some issues if we've still got big groups together, but Thomas Davis had absolutely no issue at all navigating that hairpin. He's looked comfortable through the whole race, and here's some of the back markers here in the Gwent League. Hard running out there when you're own, but great experience. You can build your experience here and then try another one in 3 or 4 weeks time. Just running this whole thing does take a feat of endurance, mental and physical. But here's the winners coming into the finishing straight. Just about 100 meters to go, trying to hold and control this speed downhill. Thomas Davis looks absolutely full of running. He's unchallenged at the moment. He's going to be the runaway winner here in the under 11 boys race. He's gasping for breath. He hasn't looked behind at all. What great discipline from Thomas Davis. He's just driven all the way to the line. He's got the composure to raise his arms up. And that is Edward Stote of North Somerset AC coming through for second place. He timed his effort well as well. And it'll be a third place for one of the Gwent League athletes. Here we can see these tired boys pushing themselves the whole way across the line. Jack Woodhouse there from Neath Harriers, gasping for breath. Sam Baker, Charlie Burns. Here's some more of the local Gwent League athletes. See Reese Hall, Rimney Valley AC, coming across the line there as well. Lots of stitches, lots of fatigue. Hopefully some satisfied, happy young men down there as well. Great to see such big fields here in the under 11 races. Finish there for Benjamin Boyce, Cardiff Athletics. Seen a couple of burger vans, seen a pizza joint. Hopefully These young men are going to get to hang around and spectate, but what an honour for them to run on a course that later on we're going to see so many British internationals and a few visitors from other countries in those senior men's and women's races as well. Hopefully they can stay around, watch and remember the day that they ran the same course. And some of those athletes, great Welsh athletes on show as well, Darry Griffiths, Jenny Nesbitt in the 2 senior races, hopefully inspiring lots of these young Welsh athletes. Ewan Morris just making his way across the line, as is Ewan Jones. The job of a parent, go and pick up your tired, cold, muddy child. And, hopefully give them a bit of positive encouragement. And thank you very much to our director that's managed to drag out a picture of a young me. This is around about 20 years ago, winning the under-15 race here at Cardiff. And I loved racing here in Cardiff. It's a wonderful course, especially for me. I was much more of a track runner, but it was fast and flat. But that look of fear was me trying to hold off a ferocious sprint finish from Danny Christmas of Crawley AC. But these cross-country fixtures are just so important to our developing athletes. If you talk to any of our GB internationals, I went on to compete in 1500 metres on the track, but so many of us cut our teeth, learnt our trade, and were introduced to the sport in events like this. You can run in your local events, in your local league, but if you want to try and match yourself up against the best in the country, these cross challenges are the place to do it. We've had those 2 under-11 races underway, and here is the under-13 girls start list. They'll do 1 medium lap, so that will give us our first look at the log jump and the twisty-turny section up in the woods. There's a little bit of a hill up there as well. So we have got Ellie Birchall, who won the under-11s last year by 21 seconds. If you think back to those tight finishes we saw in the under-11 girls and under-11 boys, for Ellie Birchall to win her under-11 race by 21 seconds certainly makes her one to watch, but she will be one of the youngest athletes in these fields. When you move up in age group, you're competing against athletes a year older than you. It's been great to see a competitive race again. Grace Morgan in Cardiff Archers, she was second in the under-11 race last year. There's Ellie Birchall, number 52. Keep our eye out for that Exeter Harriers vest. They've got a great group of athletes coming in the under-17, under-20 race, coming up in that women's race as well. Exeter Harriers, Joe Pavey's club, one of our regular international competitors. But there are the under-13 girls, 31 competitors listed. Again, the field will be bolstered by those Gwent League athletes. Winning time last year was 9 minutes and 6 seconds from Libby Hale. Around about double duration from under 11 up to under 13. That's a huge jump. We talk about the likes of Ellie Birchall and Grace Morgan finishing on the podium in the under 11 discipline last year. It could be a totally different kettle of fish if you're racing for twice as long. It is just 1 lap, 1 medium lap this time, so perhaps a bit mentally kinder than having to go back past yourself and head off on another lap. These girls will have walked the course with their parents, with their coaches. They will have had a look at the tricky corners. You can see athletes jostling for position there. If you get pushed about off the line, it can take you quite a long time to get yourself back up into the race, and when the race is only 9 minutes long, that could be quite stressful. 74 there, Sophie Phelps of Chippenham Harriers in the lead at the moment. 53 there, Bryony Boyce of Cardiff Athletics, just pulling up alongside. Apologies, that was Lewin Power, maybe. Yes, it was. Apologies to Lewin Power. She was the early leader, Reek and Saw, but she's now being challenged by Bryony Boyce. That's a big early move from Bryony Boyce. Just coming up to 2 minutes on the clock. So not even a quarter of the way through this race. But Bryony Boyce fancies her chances. So this is our first look at the medium lap. They're just going to nip up to the left, up this short, sharp hill. This is pretty technical. These athletes will be used to this sort of terrain. They'll do it in training. They would have done it in other races. But that's a quad-sapping hill if ever I've seen one. And legs are going to be screaming as they power up this, but Bryony Boyce looks perfectly at home, stretching her lead over Lewin Power. Just getting their way down the other side of this slight rise. They're going to wiggle through the trees. Couple of hairpins. The rest of the field here in the under 13 girls race out on their one medium lap, 2,780 meters to be precise. Go to some other countries, they have very set cross-country distances for different age groups. Here in the UK we tend to just look at a field and go, that looks pretty nice and that's about the right length. 3 minutes on the clock now. These girls just working their way through the wooded section. Might be some keen coaches and parents all the way out there to give them a cheer right when they need it. It can be lonely on the back of a cross-country course like this when the fatigue starts to set in. Bryony Boyce is going to have to be really concentrating now because she's all out there on her own, and that can be stressful. You can worry about moves from behind. 72, I think, is Olivia Poole, Team Bath athlete there, has moved herself into second place. Bryony Boyce still in the lead. Olivia Poole, Lewin Power maybe look like they could be working together, but it looks like it's Olivia Poole that's making a stride away from the rest of the field to try and get herself into the lead. Ellie Birchall, the under 11 winner from last year, perhaps she was giving herself a calmer first half of the lap, and then she's going to come powering through the field because she looked full of running there. Busy field back there. They're just taking a right-hand turn, and then they are going to have a go at this log jump. And a group as big as that could cause issues. And these athletes are far too young to take part in anything like the steeplechase, but perhaps a cross-country race with a log in it will give you an idea of whether you might be a steeplechaser in the future. Great to see all the Gwent League bibs down there, all the local clubs. Swansea Harrier vest coming through there, Cardiff. These vests so important to all these clubs, but it is at the moment Bryony Boyce with that Cardiff Athletics vest powering away at the front, and that was the awkward hurdle there for the Gwent League athlete. She powered out of it super well. That group took that phenomenally well. That's some future steeplechasers there. Talent ID, that lot. And this log is something that is unusual in UK cross country. We see it over European cross and the international cross country circuit, but to chuck a log here in Cardiff is good experience for these athletes and great entertainment. Last saw Bryony Boyce, she was hopping over that log, looking pretty good. Olivia Poole of Team Bath was giving chase. They're just coming towards the end of this medium lap. A few little hairpins to wiggle around, and there is Bryony Boyce. She is still out in the lead at the moment. She does take a nervous look over her shoulder though. Some people say you should never look back, but it's so hard to resist. You can see some sort of hand signal there from someone on the side. As I say, Olivia Poole is coming, the Team Bath athlete. Looks like she's on the charge. Great to see all these girls navigating the log supremely well. Everyone choosing to go straight over. No feet on that log. Keep an eye on that as the races progress. Log will feature in every single race after this. It was just a small lap that skips out the log. And those under 11 girls and boys just did one small lap. These under 13 girls are out on one medium. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Should be around about 2.5 minutes to go for the race leaders. And it's still Bryony Boyce. She checks her watch. perhaps knowing it's going to be around about a 9-minute effort. Not the same as track running. When you're on the track and you can see the lap counter and you know it's 400 metres, you can gauge your effort. Sometimes being out round on a field like this, it can be very hard to get your bearings. Bryony Boyce just checking her clock there. She's got nothing else to look at the moment. I cannot see any challenge from behind. We did think Olivia Poole might be getting close, but Bryony Boyce seems to have saved something for this last couple of minutes. There's a Stroud Vest hunting down Olivia Poole of Team Bath. There's a couple of Gwent League athletes coming through the shot there. Let's keep our eye on Ellie Birchall, number 52. Last year's under-11 winner. Trying to keep an eye out for that Exeter Harriers vest. Saw it a bit earlier on in the race, but not this time. And there is Bryony Boyce swinging round this turn into this hairpin. We saw this on the small race. This is the one where they go and get themselves round a big tree. The rest of this under-13 girls field. There's a big group there working super hard, working together. Bryony Boyce has got nobody for company. Take a hard right hairpin round that tree. She's going to have around about 300 metres left to go. Bryony Boyce picking her pace up after that hairpin turn. Applauds from the crowd. She's got around about 200 metres to go. It looked like it could be very close for second and third. Olivia Poole, one of the Gwent League athletes, just starting to hunt her down. Can Olivia Poole, the Team Bath athlete, lift her effort a little bit in the last 200 metres? But Bryony Boyce has turned her attention back to the home straight. These athletes coming through the 200 or 300 metre mark to go, and there is Bryony Boyce just rising over that slight hill in the finishing straight. A quick last 100 metres from Bryony Boyce. She's holding her form supremely well. Looks full of running. Pretty unchallenged, Bryony Boyce of Cardiff Athletics. Some athletes coming from elsewhere in the UK to try and challenge Bryony Boyce, and they couldn't. It's going to be a Welsh victory in the under-13 girls race. Just around about 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Gwent League athlete with a Stroud vest on there in second, and Olivia Poole holding on to third position really well. And there's Lewin Power coming through into around about fourth or fifth. See what that pace from Bryony Boyce did to this field. It has spread them out. This whole top 10 almost running alone. '52, Ellie Birchall, last year's under-11 winner, doing really well to mix it with these under-13s after moving up an age group. Well into these Gwent League runners down here trying to collect their points. Misha Newcomb of North Devon coming through the line. Eleanor Wright-Nichols there as well. '81 there, Lyra Woolham-Dalling, getting her spot across the finish line. Esme Linnock as well, just behind her. There's Isabel Davis, Cardiff Athletics as well. Eleanor Roberts. Cardiff Athletics got to have a pretty good team score. A lot of blue, red and white vests powering across the finish line there. Led of course by Bryony Boyce. Rose Price there of Pembrokeshire Harriers, working all the way across the line as well. athletes just getting put into their positions in the finishing funnel. Nia Lewis, Pembrokeshire Harriers, coming across the line there. It's a tough job for the officials down there. These athletes are finishing fast, they're sprinting across the line. The officials have got the task of organising these athletes perfectly into those finishing straights, into those finishing funnels, so they are allotted the correct finishing position and the correct points if they're in that Gwent League. Saw Nia Lewis coming across the line a few moments ago as well. There's Lucy Page, Ronda AC. See that? Next up we got the under 13 boys. That should be getting underway at 12:05. We've seen 2 gun to take victories so far. Thomas Davis in the under 11 boys, and now Bryony Boyce in the under 13 girls. Can we see something similar here from these under 13 boys? They'll do one medium lap as well. 23 entrants listed for the Cardiff Cross Challenge. A few more of these under 13 girls just getting themselves across the line. We've got Jude Jenkins in there. Might have been on the first page. He won the under 11s last year. And I want to keep my eye on Rory Lang, Victoria Park City of Glasgow AC athlete as well. He could be one to watch. He'll be wearing number 33 in this under 13 boys race. Travelled an awful long way, all the way from Scotland, showing some intent there already, getting himself here. Perhaps looking for a special performance today. There he is, number 33. This summer he broke the Scottish under 13 record for the 1500 metres, a record that was previously held by Josh Kerr. Went on to pick up a bronze medal at the Olympics last year in Tokyo, so Rudy Lang has got something to live up to there. It's often the argument, what age do you want to start running well and peaking and being at the front of fields? And Josh Kerr is a wonderful example of someone that led the way in every age group on the Scottish level, all the way onto that British team and all the way to an Olympic bronze medal. So Rudy Lang can be inspired by that. To break Josh Kerr's record is pretty impressive. We've also got Jude Jenkins and Neath Harriers, who won the under 11s. He's in there. We saw Ellie Birchall just managed to get herself in the top 10 in the under 13 girls race to progress from winning the under 11 race. We've actually got the whole podium from last year's under 11 race. Jude Jenkins was on top, followed by Finlay Winship and Luke Woodhouse. Luke Woodhouse, fellow Neath Harrier with Jude Jenkins, so they could have a bit of a look on the team scores. 23 cross challenge entrants and a whole load of Gwent League athletes in there just to keep us on our toes. Idris Cartwright and Tristan Cook together there, choosing the left hand side. Sprinting down this home straight. This slight right hand turn is important. You do want to get yourself in a good position. You look at the middle of the pack there. There's boys darting around trying to get themselves further up the field. Last year Will Birchall won this in 8:38, so it's another fast and furious race, and you certainly don't want to give yourself any deficit in this early stage by getting stuck back in that pack, but equally you don't want to do your very best running here in the first minute of the race. It's a Gwent League athlete there battling alongside, I think that is Rory Lang, perhaps out there on the lead as well. First time we see some athletes just choosing that left hand side of this straight. It could be starting to get muddy on the inside there. See the athletes settling into their running down this first straight. So 33, there is Rory Lang, Victoria Park City of Glasgow AC. Piling on the pressure on this field straight away. He's got Ewan Sperry for company, Bristol and West AC athletes. So 2 visitors, 2 non-Welsh athletes at the front of this Cardiff Cross Challenge. As we move these age groups, we will see athletes that have travelled from far and wide to compete even a couple of Kenyans and Ethiopians in those senior races. Good battle going on there for third place. 3 athletes abreast. They'll be using the medium lap for this under 13 boys race. 2,780 metres if you run the shortest line. Who knows, if you get pushed wide by a competitor, it might be a little bit further, but there goes Rory Lang up this short, sharp hill. Pumping those arms, driving those knees. That's what you practice when you do hill reps, and Lang looks like he's been practicing them all autumn long. Striding long down the hill as well. That's great technique from Rory Lang. Made a name for himself on the track with that fantastic 1500 Scottish under 13 record, but showing he's just at home here on the cross country. Sharp turn, right hand turn there to get themselves onto this twisty, turny section in the middle of this middle lap. Could see some race defining moves over the afternoon happen up these races, particularly on the races where they're doing more than one lap. You see some injections of pace that might blow fields apart. Rory Lang is already miles ahead, and there's our top 3 from the under 13 girls. Bryony Boyce led gun to tape. Gwent League athlete there. Okay, that was Sophie Maxwell picked up the second position. Olivia Paul in third, but there goes Rory Lang holding on to this lead. Doesn't look like he's stretching it over Ewan Sperry though. Ewan Sperry doing everything he can to hold on to the Scottish athletes. Just trying to pick out some of the numbers of these athletes behind. We did have a group running together for third place. They're just starting to spread out as well. Louis Hemmings at Peterborough and Neen Valley AC putting himself in the front of that group as well. Noah Williams doing his best to stay involved. 42 there, that's Solomon Silverstone of Pembrokeshire Harriers. He's having a good run. He's going to be up in that top 10. As we saw with the under 13 girls race, it's going to be pretty busy as they make their way towards the log jump. Just one medium lap, there's not a lot of time for the athletes to spread out. I always used to send my dad out to this sort of section in a cross-country race. This is about the point where it starts to hurt and you start to think, why didn't I choose that to do something else with my Saturday morning? So I'd send my dad out there to try and encourage me. You know, I was probably around about halfway through this race, so 4.5 minutes on the clock. The leaders are probably over halfway, and that was Rory Lang navigating that log very comfortably. And these are the chasers trying to keep themselves in the top 10. But as with Bryony Boyce in the under 13 girls race, and you see a strong runner from the front, it's just spread this field apart, blown them away, but hopefully given some of those athletes a good sight at that log. I think we've seen pretty much every athlete, perhaps one Bristol and West West there stepping on the log, everyone else just choosing to hurdle straight over it, perhaps showing us that it's not that big a log if our under 13 girls and boys are jumping over it. Maybe it's going to be easy as we move up through the age groups, the under 17s, under 15s and the seniors. We're still looking around about the top 10 here in the under 13 boys race. Going through the twists and turns before they rejoin the section of the small lap. See Ben Morgan there, Pembrokeshire Harriers, having himself a good run, along with Ollie Moriarty and Bedell. And then we're back to the leader. This is Rory Lang of Victoria Park, City of Glasgow AC. The new Scottish under 13 1500 metre record holder. Talked about that before the start. taking that record from none other than Olympic bronze medalist Josh Kerr. Rory Lang showing that he is not a one-trick pony. He can do more than just run 1500. He looks totally at home here in the cross-country. Using this cross-country season, I'm sure, to build his endurance as he looks towards another track season. Personal best of 4:29 over that 1500 metres. He's pretty much doubling that race distance and probably the race duration here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. It does look like Ewan Sperry at Bristol and West is sticking to his task supremely well. Could Rory Lang have timed this wrongly? The Bristol and West athlete does look full of running. Seven and a half minutes on the clock, and they're coming into this hairpin section. Rory Lang has the lead at the moment. When he does this left-hand hairpin round the big tree, he will get a look at Ewan Sperry. They can look each other in the eye, and that is not a massive difference between 33 Rory Lang and 44 Ewan Sperry. This could be a nail-biting finish here. Rory Lang is trying to repeat the gun-to-tape antics of Thomas Davis and the under-11 boys and Bryony Boyce and the under-13 boys and the under-13 girls. Rory Lang, he does seem to have kicked a little bit out of that hairpin. Maybe the fear of Ewan Sperry bearing down on him. It's giving him a burst of adrenaline, a burst of speed. There's a 200 metres to go board. You can see the red board there just poking over the grass. 200 metres to go is welcome territory for a 1500 metre runner in a cross-country race. Rory Lang powers round this final corner. Surely he's done enough. Ewan Sperry, a valiant effort mid-race. But Rory Lang's just lifted his cadence again. There's a slight rise here, just over the hill, and then he will hit the downhill and he will power the whole way for home. I'll tell you, here's the naked eye in front of the commentary position. Ewan Sperry from Bristol West AC is driving all the way for the line. Ewan Sperry is pulling up alongside Rory Lang. Can Rory Lang hold on? Rory Lang's been caught by surprise. Maybe the taller Bristol and West athlete timed his kick to absolute perfection. Around that hairpin with around about 300 metres to go, I thought Rory Lang had saved himself a little bit. But in the end, it was Ewan Sperry at Bristol and West with a fantastically well-timed sprint finish to snatch the victory away from the Scottish athlete. Oh, I think Rory Lang will replay that finishing straight in his head over and over again for all the wrong reasons. Ewan Sperry might put that on his highlights reel for the cross-country season. That was an excellent performance. Solomon Silverstone coming through the line there. Jude Jenkins, last year's under-11 winner, giving a good showing here in the older age group. Stanley Smith coming across the line there with Jude Jenkins. A few more Gwent leagues. 35 there, Sam Long, Radley Athletics Club, Great Oxfordshire Athletics Club. There's Rudy and Lloyd Francis of Bridgend AC. Hordes of club athletes flying through. Rory Osborne, Team Bath, getting himself across the line. But here is a replay of that last 150 metres. Rory Lang looked great, he looked full of running. Now this downhill section, when you're going this fast, is hard. Could this be what caused the problems for the Scottish athlete? Or was it just Ewan Sperry, the Bristol and West athlete, carrying all that momentum, all that speed? It's almost like Mario Kart. He was in the slipstream, swung wide, sped round, ultimately spoiling the day for the Scottish visitor. And it was an English win for Ewan Sperry. Giving us that prequel again. We're going to see this finishing straight, obviously, over and over again. We've had 4 races, got another 7 to go. And when you're on tired legs, whizzing down that hill, it's got to be something. You've got to control your speed, you've got to be able to hold your legs. And Rory Lang just struggling ever so slightly, and Ewan Sperry, if we're honest, looked much more comfortable running downhill. That is a beauty and excitement of cross-country running. I mentioned before, I think with Bryony voice in the under 13 girls race. She was checking her watch, because when you're on a track race, it's fine, you know exactly where you are. It's very easy to gauge your effort and to manage your sprint finish, but then you chuck yourself on a field like this and there's very little to gauge your effort against, and it's really, really hard to get it right. I do think Rory Lang perhaps didn't know that Ewan Sperry was coming that quickly up behind him. Let's hope we see those two go head to head again as we move through the rest of the cross challenge season, because that would be a tremendous rematch to see as we look towards Milton Keynes, Liverpool, Perth and Loughborough, the next 4 fixtures in the British Athletics Cross Challenge. Here's the final few finishes here in the under 13 boys race. So we move up to the under 17 men's race. It's getting up towards 6k, 5.5 kilometres for the under 17 men. 2 medium laps, 2 times over that log jump. Could be quite congested for them. See William Rabjohn's there, one of the athletes to keep our eye on. It's silver medal at the English schools in the 1500. Quinn Meal Ingram, we'll see his older brother go in the junior race, in the under 20 race. The athletes coming through, 43 entrants listed. The race is due underway at 12:20, in about 3 or 4 minutes. Again, who's choosing to be over at this left-hand side? Miles Waterworth there, Brighton Phoenix athlete. Apologies, it's at 2:88, that's Benjamin Peck. So he won this race last year. You can see him there with the hoops. That's black and red hoops on the white vest, 2:88, just adjusting his gloves. Won this race last year by just 1 second. He's choosing the left-hand side as he knows something everyone else doesn't. Benjamin Peck just calming his nerves. Archie Marshall, Watford Harriers alongside him, just hopping on his toes. Matthew Benson, Maldron Harriers. He's there with the vibrant yellow vest, and I always love a bit of kit coordination. Look at that. A bit of mud spoiling the shoes, but other than that, perfect coordination. Look good, feel good, run good. 2:78, Joe James, Cardiff Athletics. Just there in shot as well. Tristan Cumberland, Welsh Schools, 1500 metre silver medalist. I think for me, you know, I don't want to make predictions too early, but Isaac Morris, Cambridge and Coleridge AC athlete, is certainly one I want to watch. He's be hiding there in the middle of the pack, but Benjamin Peck will be desperate to hold on to this under 17 title. If he won that last year at the bottom of the age group, and he's back here to defend it. Happy memories for the St Edmunds pacer athlete. There they go, tearing round this course. 2 medium laps. Benjamin Peck's time last year, 16 minutes 28 seconds. So we move up these distances in the age groups. These race durations getting longer, 16.5 minutes. It's going to require a bit of pacing. Could be Quinn Meal Ingram getting towards the front there, perhaps. Just keeping an eye on that Radley vest there, purple and yellow. Big pack here in the opening minute of this men's under 17 race. Just going to be keeping their eye out for the favourites. We can see Benjamin Peck, it's a great club vest there, helping us pick him out. St Edmunds Pacers done their marketing right. It looks like maybe Swindon Harriers vest there. Fletcher Hart just tucking himself in the middle of the pack. It is Quinn Meal Ingram at the moment. He was 12th in this race last year, so he's familiar with the course, knows what he's doing. Ewan Thomas and Carmarthen and District Harriers just moving himself up alongside Quinn Meal Ingram. big group as they take the left-hand turn up this short, sharp hill on this medium lap. It's the biggest group we've seen coming through these turns. The younger age group races have spread out a little bit. There's Isaac Morris, Cambridge and Coleridge vest. You can see the white vest there with the two thin blue hoops just on the right-hand side of the pack. He's moved himself up a little bit further in that race. They're going to do this loop twice, so perhaps these athletes will just feel their way into this first lap. Might be a tactic of running the first half relaxed and then pushing on in the second lap. 43 entrants in the Cardiff Cross Challenge. There might be a few more Gwent League athletes making up the numbers in this race. It's the last few athletes just making their way up that short, sharp hill. That looks like hard going. I much preferred the flat races, chucking a hill in this early in the race, making them go the whole way around and then go up it again. Entertaining. Oh, good to know there are still plenty of dogs out there on the course. We are enjoying the action. Probably very confused. Where's the sticks? Far too many people here. And that tape getting in the way of everyone's normal route. Perhaps they'll think, oh, this happened at some point last year as well. This race used to take part in Butte Park, just around about a mile away from here, and it's just migrated over to these Llandaff fields. Really good for spectator viewing. You can see the athletes almost the whole way around. This section they're on here on the medium lap is probably the least spectator friendly. It's quite quiet over there. All these athletes will hear right now is heavy breathing of themselves and the competitors around them before they head back towards that small lap, and there'll be a lot more friends and family and coaches down there. Another Cardiff Athletics vest going through. I've seen so many of them here today, and a few more for good measure. It's Matthew Jack of Rimney Valley AC making his way through the shot as well. Joel Thomas, Ronda AC. Just on the far section of the medium lap. Big old lead group of these under 17 men trying to navigate that log. It looks like everybody's over it pretty safely. Nice long stride into it. And the gentleman there in the red vest. You can see the difference here. Some of these athletes just taking it in their stride. No stuttering, no slowing down. Others almost panic at the last minute. You saw some athletes practicing this log as well earlier on this morning. Easier when the field's spread out like that. It could be easier for this lead pack as we go into the second lap, because there are a big group of them still all together as we come up to 5 minutes in the race. And last year's winner, Benjamin Peck, has pushed his way to the front. He'll be very familiar with this course. He'll have happy memories from last year. But he's got some stiff competition building behind him. That's Isaac Morris in second place at the moment. And this top 10, top 15. Really competitive, big old group of them. So we have got Isaac Morris. He's on the inside there in that white vest with blue hoops on it. The Cambridge and Coleridge man ran the fastest leg at the English Road Relays last week, helping his team to team gold, and he was 6th here last year. So another athlete that's familiar with the course. Final competitor safely over the first attempt at this lap. Over that log, they will embark on a second lap. Ewan Thomas of Carmarthen and District Harriers has pushed himself to the front. He was the top Welsh competitor at the SIAB Cross Country Championships. He qualified for that by finishing in the top places in your home nation's schools competition, and then England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland go and race against each other. Ewan Thomas there was the first Welsh competitor across the line in that SIAB, so leading his team there and leading this race at the moment. Look back at these other athletes in the top 15 or so. That's Daniel Williams, North Devon AC. to the hairpin that we saw in all the other races so far. So this will feature in every single race because this is the home straight, if you like. It's just not a straight line. They've got this tricky hairpin, and it is Benjamin Peck back into the lead at the moment, leading a pack of 6, and they're just starting to ease their way apart from the rest of the field. And they are safely navigating that tight turn. You can see the momentum it takes out of those athletes, and Ewan Thomas, the Welshman, does look like he navigated that turn the best, the most comfortable. Isaac Morris doing well to keep himself in the top 2 there. That could be a big group there. They've got 200 or 300 metres left to go on this medium lap. Just when we hit the crest of the hill on the finishing straight we've seen for all the other races, these poor under 17 men will have to take a right hand turn and go and do it all again. Pretty cruel. Going to get a look at that finishing gantry, but they can't go to it this time. They've got to go round again. 297 Ewan Thomas back in the lead again. This is the second time he's hit the front. It was Benjamin Peck that closed up the gap last time, and this time it's Isaac Morris, the Cambridge and Coleridge man, just trying to pull the other 4 guys back into one big pack with Ewan Thomas. But Ewan Thomas is asking questions of this field. Small downhill there as they embark on their second medium lap. Benjamin Peck, the defending champion, that's the furthest down the field we've seen him so far. Back into around about 5th or 6th place. Benjamin Peck perhaps going through a bit of a bad patch. Could he be the first athlete to struggle as they move into this second lap? 291, that's William Rabjohns, English Schools 1500 silver medalist from last year, backing up his superb bronze from the 2021 season. He's just checked his watch as well. Seeing these athletes perhaps using their GPS technology or trying to give themselves a bit of a marker of how much longer they've got left to go in the race. Here's the rest of the athletes coming through, and they're going through that lap marker there. 290 Benjamin Price of Cardiff AC. Nice group working well together. They can keep each other company for another half a lap or so. They might have a bit more fun in the latter stages. Ewan Thomas back into the lead in this under 17 men's race. And, William Rabjohns, Pool AC athlete. And suddenly this group has been whittled down to 4. Benjamin Peck, the defending champion, 5th place at the moment, just labouring ever so slightly. Can he find a little bit something down this back section here? It's a long straight line. We think they might have the wind in their head, in their faces. So Benjamin Peck a little bit isolated, a little bit marooned there in 5th place. Can he rally and get back involved with this group up this short sharp hill? And they are working really well. I think that is 285 Callum Morgan and Maldron Harriers, just keeping himself in 4th place at the moment. Ewan Thomas stretching down the back straight. Isaac Morris trying to stay involved. William Rabjohns, the 1500 metre specialist, doing really well to navigate cross country. 5.5k is significantly longer than 1500 metres. So these are athletes completing our top 10. Callum Morgan. So it can't have been Callum Morgan in the group further up, my apologies. To try and get a better look at the bib number for that athlete that was in red, who's round about in 4th position at the moment. So the rest of these athletes power up this short sharp hill for the last time, and about halfway through their second medium lap. See these athletes digging deep, powering themselves up the hill, and it looks like Isaac Morris of Cambridge and Coleridge has separated himself from the rest of the group. Ran that fantastic relay leg in Sutton Park at the National Road Relays to take gold with Cambridge and Coleridge. And he's timed his effort supremely well here. Cambridge and Coleridge, a lot of those athletes coached by Mark Vile, a really good coach, prepares his athletes super well for this level of competition. 297 Ewan Thomas just fading into 4th place there. And there is the defending champion Benjamin Peck. Can he find anything in these closing stages? Quinn Ingram doing super well. We'll see his brother Rowan in that under 20 men's race. That's not till 2:25. Some of the other runners here. Fletcher Hart coming through shot again with his Swindon Harriers black and white vest. There's Tristan Cumberland making his way through, and Finley Bruce, Cardiff and District. These athletes spread out a lot more than they were last time as they approached the log jump. It's Harry Smith, City and Norwich. Got a couple of City and Norwich vests. It's a long old trip over to Cardiff. But here comes Isaac Morris, Cambridge and Coleridge, navigating that log with no issues at all. It's William Rabjohns in second place at the moment. Ewan Thomas trying to hold on to third. There's Benjamin Peck hopping over the log. Quinn Ingram just having to slam the brakes on there. Get himself over the log. He's going to have to work hard to build up the momentum again. Benjamin Peck, nervous look over his shoulder. 5th place at the moment. Can he find anything else in these closing stages? He's familiar with this course. He won by 1 second last year. Could we see him muster a massive sprint finish here? Already seen tight finish in that under 13 boys race. Ewan Sperry just nudging himself ahead of Rory Lang. I don't think we're going to see such a sprint finish here at the front, but we could for some of the minor places. Isaac Morris striding away. Every step that goes by, he looks stronger, looks more comfortable, and looks like he's powering away from this field. But hey, I said that about Rory Lang, and he got powered down by Ewan Sperry. So it's not over till it's over. And poor Isaac Morris has got an English Schools 1500 metre medalist powering him down behind him. The 1500 metre sprint could come into play in the closing stages. These men are just working their way around the back of a medium lap for the second time. Isaac Morris is in the lead at the moment, just going to make his way towards the hairpin turn. This is a hairpin on the medium lap, and then they're going to join the small lap and do another little hairpin. But William Rabjohns, Pool AC, starting to get a sniff, I think, here at the winner. William Rabjohns staring intently at Isaac Morris in that Cambridge and Coleridge vest. He'll be telling himself that gap is getting shorter, whether it is or not. Very inspired to have a big sprint finish. Athletes working their way around the medium lap. So here comes our current race leader, Isaac Morris at Cambridge and Coleridge AC, working his way into this final hairpin. He's got William Rabjohns just behind him. That gap doesn't look like it's got any smaller, any bigger or any smaller. It stayed around about the same. Isaac Morris, as he swings around this tree, he will not be able to resist having a small look, seeing what's going on with the rest of the field, and he'll see William Rabjohns just behind him. There goes Isaac Morris, kicking out of that hairpin, trying to build his speed back up. Doesn't want to give anyone else any sniff at a chance of getting back involved with him. He's a Gwent League athlete working their way around their second medium lap. Look at some of these athletes moving super well in the top 10, top 15 or so. But there goes Isaac Rothwell. He's past the 200 metres to go mark. He's coming to the downhill section. One last bit of effort, and then hopefully he can coast, he can enjoy this, because there's nobody else in shot. There comes William Rabjohns just making his way up that hill, but it is going to be a win for Isaac Morris, backing up his fastest leg from the road relays. Back in Sutton Park, he's come back from a stress fracture. Said he had that 6 months ago, and he was so pleased to run well at the road relays, and he looks delighted to take the win here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. A little bit of showboating over the line, we don't mind that. When you've got time to spare. Great showing from William Rabjohns, picking up second place, but it's a lonely walk down. Oh no, there we go. That's more like it, Isaac Morris. You think you're all right for a bit, and then it hits you around about 20 metres past that finish line. When the elation wears off, 2.97 through the line next. Ewan Thomas. Oops, a 2.95 there. Jake Stevens of Invicta East Kent holding on really well for 4th place. Clearly totally emptying the tank there. Quinn Mill Ingram came through for 5th. Defending champion Benjamin Peck taking 6th. 8th there, Harry Maxwell. Apologies, I missed the athlete that came through in 7th. That's Fletcher coming through for 8th. Fletcher Hart. Handshakes. Backpatting all round. 2.84. Dylan Millard. And that's just about rounding out our top 10. 2.64. Aled Breeze. Very tired men here. Still moving well though. Probably paced that pretty good. Finley Bruce, Carmarthen District Harriers. Good sprint mustered there from Archie Marshall. Final 2 just sprinting across the line. Callum Morgan there. 2.81. Joshua Maxwell, and the Team Bath athlete. We saw Olivia Paul picking up a good 3rd in the under 13 girls race. These athletes working their way across the finish line. Great weather here in Cardiff. It was a bit drizzly yesterday and the organisers said it was horrible when they turned up here this morning. Horizontal wind and rain. And I thought this is going to be an awful day for everybody, but the sun has come out. So good fast running. A lot more enjoyable for everybody if you haven't got yourself soaked through and freezing cold. Let's see some of the other athletes walking the course, but the next race we've got coming up is the combined under 17 and under 20 women's race. It's going to be a big old field. We've got some really impressive under 17 athletes, particularly the likes of Jess Bailey, Zoe Gilbody. We're trying to mix it up with some of the best under 20s in the country. We've got women in here that have represented Great Britain at European Cross already. They'll be trying to do that again in the next few months to look towards Liverpool. That will be the trial to make that team. They got to get there first and then try and see how high up they might be able to finish at the European Cross. Great Britain, of course, having the defending champion Megan Keith in the under 20 age group. She'll go in the senior race today. There's Jess Bailey, 1.73. She's actually been selected for the World Mountain Running Championships. That's taking place in Thailand at the start of November. So pretty busy for Jess Bailey. She was actually 2nd at that European cross-country trial in Liverpool last year, but wasn't old enough to go and compete in Dublin. I'm sure she'll be desperate to get herself on that team. This is just some of the other under 17s. Also got some under 20s coming up. That's Innes Fitzgerald. She's certainly one I'd keep my eye on. Ex to Harrier. Won the mini marathon just a few weeks ago in emphatic fashion. A few more under 17 men just getting themselves over the line. All important team points. Tired under 17 men just completing their race. If I look over my shoulder, I can see those under 17, under 20 women all gathered by the start line. All 87 of them I've got listed on my entry list. Like we say, a few more Gwent League athletes to bolster the field, but that is by far the largest group of competitors we've seen so far today. They will do one small lap and then one big lap. So it'll be our first chance to have a look at the big lap. Total race distance just under 4.5 kilometres. So just one log jump for the under 20 women. Around about a kilometre shorter than what these under 17 boys have just had to do. There's a bit of a tactical masterpiece from Isaac Morris in this men's under-17 race. Just bided his time through that first lap or lap and a half. And powered away from the rest of the field. Absolutely brilliant that we have still got perhaps a cockapoo. I'm going to hazard a guess. It's nice and calm, well controlled, pacing himself really, his or herself really well. Hasn't overcommitted to the early part of the day. Here to see it out all the way until the senior races this afternoon. This guy looks like he might have run his race already. Just happy to have a bit of a break. He has only got little legs. It's a long day. There's the under 20, under 17 combined race. This is the same as what we'll see at Liverpool Cross Challenge. Well, throughout the British Athletics Cross Challenge season, they do combine the under 17, under 20 age groups. Makes for a super competitive race. Really challenges some of our under 17s. Like I say, they will compete for those spots at European Cross Country Championships. A number of athletes in this field that did do that last year. Alice Garner, one of those. She was 51st at European Cross. Cast our eye over a few of these competitors over on this left-hand side of the course. Should start trying to track these, see whether that is where our winners come from. Who knows? Lottie Hemmings, Peterborough, Neen Valley. I'm happy to settle herself over there. Jessica Highland, Carmarthen District Harriers. Erin Morgan, gosh, it's the Carmarthen and District Harriers. Their coach has gone, get yourself over that side of the course. Sprint off, don't get caught up in that massive group to the inside of you. Amy Killock there, Leighton Buzzard, AC. Nicholas Seitz. He used to run for that club. That was one of our best cross-country runners when I was this age. As we saw from one of the pictures earlier on, that was a long, long time ago. Did used to do these cross-track challenge events as an athlete. Very nerve-wracking, very tense, and you can see that in these athletes here. And we're saying, let's get on with this. Hannah Blundy, Wells City Harrier, she's in this left-hand side as well. So one small lap, one big lap, 4.5 kilometres. So far we've seen guns to take win for Thomas Davis and Bryony Boyce in some of the younger age groups. Ewan Sperry at Bristol and West with a massive sprint finish just to sneak ahead of Rory Lang. And then Isaac Morris in the under-17 men's race. Piling the pressure on everyone else up that little hill on his second medium lap.
So next race on the start line. This is under-17 girls, under-20, women out there as well.
They're starting with a small lap with a field of 87, at least, not including any extra local Gwent League athletes. Could be quite problematic. We saw just the one small lap for the under-11 girls, under-11 boys. We haven't seen the small lap since then, but it's twisty and turny. Two quite tight right-hand turns, and then that hairpin. So let's hope everybody can stay on their feet and then they can really get into the running on that big lap. And I did think we might see this young lady to the front. This is Ines Fitzgerald of Exeter Harriers. I mentioned Exeter Harriers and Joe Pavey. And this young lady, Fitzgerald, is actually coached by Joe Pavey's husband, Gavin Pavey. She's had a fantastic last 12 months. Mentioned that mini marathon win. She also ran an under-17 UK record for 3,000 metres, dipping under that magical 9-minute barrier. It takes so many seniors years to achieve that, and Ines Fitzgerald has managed it already. 2-2-4 there. Alice Bates at Kettering Town Harriers. See her so often supporting the University of Birmingham Open meetings. And runs really well over 800 and 1500. This is brave off Alice Bates. Well, it's brave off Innes Fitzgerald. She's gone flying out here. And Alice Bates, the under 20, clearly got a race plan of, I've just got to go and try and run with anybody, anything they can do. That's the first right-hand turn. Innes Fitzgerald takes a look over her shoulder. She's got just Alice Bates for company at the moment, but these athletes might work themselves back into contention. That was Meg Gadsby, City of Norwich AC athlete. She's under 20. She'll be trying to calmly build her way back into the race. The rest of this large under 17, under 20 race, navigating this small lap. So Innes Fitzgerald and Alice Bates, 1 and 2 at the moment, but very early days, 2.5 minutes. I think they'll be out there for around about 14 or 15 minutes or so. Innes Fitzgerald looks like a natural front runner here, won that mini marathon by a large margin, did much of that running on her own. Alice Bates represented Great Britain at the European under-18s, making a final in the 1500 out in Jerusalem this summer. Built up so much experience at championships like that. Innes Fitzgerald looking pretty nimble around that hairpin. Alice Bates just surging a little bit to get herself back onto the shoulder of the Exeter Harrier. And this group behind working together. I wonder whether Innes Fitzgerald will take her foot off the gas at all, settle back. She's an experienced athlete. I don't think she will have overcooked this as such. It did look like a ferocious opening speed. Innes Fitzgerald, Alice Bates, side by side. They're just making their way out to do a big lap. They've done that small lap, just 1,250 metres, and now they'll go out on a 2-mile big lap. Looks like a small group forming, just trying to chase down Alice Bates and Innes Fitzgerald. If they can work together, if they can take it in turns, you can see the wind in the flags, so it's there is wind in the face of these athletes as they swing round into this big lap. That doesn't look like it's giving Innes Fitzgerald any problems. We can get our first look at that gap. It is significant, and it'd have to be a real effort from that chase pack there to get back on terms with Innes Fitzgerald and Alice Bates. But we are heading out on the big lap, and it is a bit more technical. They're going to go up that short, sharp hill, and they go down past that. Going to practice their downhill running over the log jump, and then out on our first look at the big lap. So a lot can change in that. Is anybody in that chase pack ambitious enough to try and bridge that gap between themselves and Alice Bates and Innes Fitzgerald? Brave, quick decision making from Kettering's Alice Bates to go with Innes Fitzgerald, and there might be some other women further down this field thinking, I maybe didn't get the best position on the start line, maybe didn't make that brave choice in the first 1 or 2 minutes, and now they're up against a big task to try and get back to these two. Innes Fitzgerald seems to be taking every chance she has to pile the pressure on. Alice Bates could have a really lonely 10 minutes or so if she can't keep herself in contention with Innes Fitzgerald. And it would be agonising if Alice Bates were to get caught by the chase runners after making such a brave decision on that small lap. But these competitors take no prisoners. Cross country is such a pure sport, flat out effort, giving your best over tricky terrain. Innes Fitzgerald driving those arms hard up the hill. Innes Fitzgerald disappears off around the twisty, turny sections of the woods. Can she open up a significant gap over Alice Bates? It would be A long old run for home if Innes Fitzgerald was to hit the front by some margin. These athletes just nipping up this hill. It's Molly Lyons, Cardiff AC, looking strong up the hill. So these athletes attacking this, building their momentum. Becca Brown of Menai, one of the top Welsh cross-country competitors, is attacking that hill super well as well. So mark quite a significant point in the course here, I think, the technical section. We haven't had a look at that big lap in its entirety yet. And then a little bit more about the terrain, as we'll use that for the rest of the afternoon. And here we go down this slight downhill straight, and Innes Fitzgerald has stretched away from Alice Bates. Alice Bates is looking vulnerable to that chase pack. They will take motivation when they see the Kettering athlete just fading ever so slightly. That could be Zoe Gilbody just running wide there. Can't quite make out the number. 182, that is Zoe Gilbody. Another under 17, so the under 17s really running well. She's overtaken the under 20. Alice Bates, 173. That's Jess Bailey. She was third here last year, English Schools cross-country champion. So a super competitive under 17 contingent moving themselves to the fore. Alice Garner of Aldershot, she was fifth at the Bucks 5K this year, so she's moving well. Mia Waldman of Reading AC just coming through the shot there as well. They're coming thick and fast. This is the under 17, under 20 combined age group out on the big lap. First look at the log. Innes Fitzgerald, one shot to nail this. You can see some of the older athletes looking on. Yep, that's how you do it. Again, perhaps we've got some steeplechase coaches out there talent IDing, because Innes Fitzgerald looked ever so at home right there. And that's, I think, Zoe Gilbody coming through into second place. Alice Bates, for the moment, holding on to third. That was Jess Bailey, perhaps, coming through to challenge for third place as well. Big group approaching this log. I'm going to have to try and sight it. Look at that Cardiff athlete in sunglasses. I certainly didn't pack anything like sunglasses. It was all wet weather gear as I headed off for cross country, and it's been wonderful, sunny, warm conditions down here. Nicely navigated from those women. This is the big lap for the first time. Looks pretty flat. Looks like there could be some fast running out there, and that won't be churned up yet. We've had some younger age groups powering around the small and medium laps. That small lap in particular could be getting chewed up. There's this large lap, this big section. It's a 2-mile loop, this whole loop. And it could be getting as much as a kilometre of fast, flat, good running out there. I think they will be going with the wind, maybe wind across them right now, so you can really get some speed going on this big lap if you've got it left in your legs. These athletes are moving pretty well. Big gaps at this stage in the under 17, under 20 women's race. At the moment, Innes Fitzgerald, the under 17 from Exeter Harriers, is in the lead. Zoe Gilbody, another under 17 from Reek and Saw Valley. Very used to racing Innes Fitzgerald, and it did look like Jess Bailey could be working herself up into the top 3. See whether Alice Bates of Kettering has saved herself anything for the closing stages. So there is Innes Fitzgerald again. You can tell she's working hard, she is breathing hard, but she's keeping her momentum, she's driving those arms. I think she's just coming off this big lap, back to join the medium lap, so she'll do the hairpin we see in the medium lap before making her way towards that finishing straight. She's probably got around about 3 minutes left to go. Innes Fitzgerald striding away from the rest of this field. Perhaps perhaps the top 20, top 25 or so of the under-17, under-20 women's race. Again, that's a lonely section of the course. There's not many spectators out there. These athletes have got to hold their reserve, hold their nerve, stay positive. There's Innes Fitzgerald again. We saw a win from Isaac Morris. So he got the fastest leg at the road relays. And this young lady, Innes Fitzgerald, also got the fastest leg at the road relays, lowering Jess Judd's course record by 30 seconds. What a phenomenal chunk to take off a course record, especially when it's held by somebody like Jessica Judd, Olympian and multiple time representative for Great Britain as a senior, and Innes Fitzgerald obliterating that course record. I think this is Zoe Gilbody in second place at the moment. She was fourth at the English Schools cross country, upgraded that to third at the SIAB cross country. She was second fastest at the road relays last year. And she is very, very used to racing Innes Fitzgerald. And paced it super well. Zoe Gilbody relaxed through that first small lap and has then just separated herself from the rest of the field. It contains a lot of high caliber under-20s. Chasing group working hard to pick out that City of Norwich vest there. Meg Gadsby. This is the hairpin on the small lap, so Innes Fitzgerald probably has around about 300 metres to run, maybe 350. She's going to swing around that and see absolutely nobody for company. But something tells me the Exeter Harrier will muster a sprint finish anyway. Look at that group of 5 working hard. They're going to have to start separating themselves if they want to be in a higher up position when they meet the finishing line, start gauging their effort. But Innes Fitzgerald nears up on that 200 metre mark to go. See that red billboard. One slight little uphill for the Exeter Harrier, and then she is home and dry. And these women are getting very close to finished as well. Hopefully they can stay positive, keep concentrating, muster a good sprint finish. Innes Fitzgerald takes a look over her shoulder. Nobody for company. She's the UK record holder for under 17 at 3,000 metres. She ran the fastest leg at the road relays last year. She said she's hoping to make the European cross-country team. An under 17 romping away with a combined under 17 and under 20 race here. Innes Fitzgerald of Exeter Harriers takes a massive win here. Huge margin of victory over everybody else. Gun to tape, much like Bryony Boyce in the under 13 girls. But you can see the effort it took there from Innes Gunn, staggering away down the finishing straight. Zoe Gilbody, fantastic second place for the Reek Saw Valley athlete. Third place there, 172, that is Jess Bailey, using this as part of her preparation for those World Mountain Running Championships. Here comes Alice Bates, brave decision in that small opening lap, held on well for fourth place. That's Sophie Nichols, Wells Harrier English Schools bronze medalist from the cross country earlier on in the 2022 year. And then Alice Gardner coming through really well. Good strong finish from Libby Huxley, Preston Harriers. And they're coming thick and fast, so just closing out this top 10. Good finish there from Meg Harris, Chelmsford AC. Just been on a coaching course with her coach, Hayley Hemmings. Rounding out the top 10 or so, I think there. Debrief immediately in effect for those under 17s. Amelia Platt. And Molly Lyons. Can't get all these names out fast enough. Holly Haldane. There we go. Great efforts all round. Mia Waldman. Good return from a disrupted year there as well, getting a race under her belt. Freya Bennett, 2:25 there. To testing herself over the cross country, more of a 1500 metre specialist. Tired legs and good efforts from this under 17, under 20 race. It was combined. Alice Bates was the top under 20 finisher. She had to give way to three brilliant under 17 women, Ines Fitzgerald, Zoe Gilbody and Jess Bailey. Those three have been trading blows for the last 12-18 months, exchanging positions in the English schools cross country, SIAB cross country, stuff like that, and doing so again here. That's our first look at some of the results. Under 11 girls, Manon Phillips, the first competitor in the Cardiff Cross Challenge, just ahead of Florence Rudkin, Tabitha Curtis. Go Lily Oakenfield working harder. Look at this, all the way to the line for these two. Gwent Harrier perhaps versus Abigail Davis there. Neath Harrier. So important job for these officials here. Got to keep these women in the right order so they get the right token and they're awarded the right position down that finishing straight. This will of course be backed up by chip timing for the cross challenge entrance. Oh, another drive all the way to the line. 2:03. That was Anwen Neesham, the Bridgend AC athlete, pumping her arms, getting that sprint finish win. So we can see we're over halfway through the programme here. 6 races done, 5 to go. Back to the under-15s. The under-15 girls, under-15 boys just do one big lap before we turn our attention to the first senior race of the competition, and it forms part of the World Athletics cross-country tour. It's Cardiff Cross Challenge being awarded gold status in that World Athletics series. It's a fantastic addition. There's our first look at the start list for the under-15 girls. 43 listed in the Cardiff Cross Challenge field, and as always we'll have a few Gwent League athletes just to mix it up, bolster that field. Take our way through all of those. Isla McGowan from Banbury Harriers AC. She was equal fastest at the road relays in her age group, so she, as we said, we've seen some good results transferring from that competition over in Sutton Park in Birmingham a couple of weeks ago, those national road relays. Isaac Morris, Ines Fitzgerald managing to convert fastest legs into wins here. Could be a similar story for Isla McGowan. She's got some competition though from the rest of the field. Some other names to pick out. Sophie Wood there, she was second in the under 13 race last year. Quite a jump up here in distance, to compete against athletes a year older than her, but I'm sure she'll give it a go. Freya Woodhead, she's the top returner. She was second last year to Zoe Gilbody. Zoe Gilbody just took a brilliant second place in that combined under 17, under 20 race. So Freya Woodhead is the top returner. Zoe Gilbody moving up to the under 17 age group, so she could be one to watch as well. Under 15 girls bouncing around on the start line. One big lap, 3,200 metres or 2 miles. Very simple running for these women. The same for the under 15 boys straight afterwards. And there's the well-behaved cockapoo, keeping our eye on. Had a nice trim, especially for the Cardiff Cross Challenge. And we've been delighted that it's nice dry conditions. And they're back on the move. It's good to see. They've had a well-earned rest on the bench for the, I'm not sure if that's a pug or not. It looks a bit big for a pug, but they've caught their breath. all smiles here in Cardiff, probably because it's sunny. So warm up drills, bit of sprints, bit of strides, getting their eye in. All that wasted energy there, wagging the tail. Let's just save that for the competition. There's another puppy making her debut at the cross-country series. It's a bit of a trial. If they can behave well today, they will come back. Do not adjust your sets. This isn't Crufts, but it is the Cardiff Cross Challenge. And we have got the under 15 girls just waiting for their allotted time. It's due to be 1:10, which by my watch you've still got about another 4 minutes. And it's so nerve-wracking, you want to get yourself down there. It's almost contagious. You see one person take their kit off and get to the starting position and everybody else goes, oh, we better get over there. Have a look back at the result of the under 17, under 20 results, and it was a full under 17 podium. Ines Fitzgerald will stand atop, Zoe Gilbody in the second position, and Jess Bailey. We didn't see an awful lot of Jess Bailey. They paced her race really well. Did mention she's off to Thailand for the World Mountain Running Championships. It's very, very flat compared to what she'll be competing in over in Thailand. But hopefully an important part of her preparation. Finished second in Liverpool to Megan Keith last year, but was too young to go to Dublin. Jess Bailey could have an exciting few months coming up, World Mountain Running Championships, then trying to make that European cross-country team. And if she does, she'll be heading off to Turin in Italy, second weekend in December. Zoe Gilbody, brilliant second place in this under 17 race, backing up her win from the under 15s last year. We'll see her younger brother Cody go in the under 15 boys race. Coming up in a bit, I think it's Dowie Griffiths doing the presentation. So if it is, he's got to get himself warmed up. He's got a race of his own to do in a little bit, the Welsh marathon runner. Golden envelopes all round for the podium. There is prize money available throughout the competitions here. It really ramps up when you look at those senior races, largely due to the being a World Athletics cross-country tour race. But throughout the age groups you pick up a nice little bit of money. We've been around about £250 for the win there in the under 20 race, 150 for second, 100 for third. I think some sports shoes goodies as well. Sportshoes.com supporting the event here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. As our Morgan's console. Pretty nice conditions if you have had to wait for the start of your race, and this is the under 15 girls race, towing the line. Well, it's becoming the customary sprint down the start straight, jostling for position. Getting yourself up there. One big lap, 2 miles. That's all that separates this field from glory. We will have a new winner. Last year's winner, Zoe Gilbody, just picked up her second place envelope and medal in the under 17, under 20 race. Can Freya Woodhead, a bit of an AC athlete, convert her second place into a first place? An aggressive start again. We've seen that in pretty much every race. These athletes getting into their running down this back straight. There's 1:38. Libby Hale, Swansea Harriers Athletics Club. She won the under-13 race last year. She's also the Welsh Schools 1500 metre champion this summer. And that's a pretty fast start from the Swansea Harrier, and she's got some high quality athletes behind her. Bethany Trow in third place as well. 1:59 there is Imogen Saunders of Reek and Saw Valley. So the Reek and Saw athlete right up on terms with the Swansea Harrier already. Reek and Saw having a good morning. Zoe Gilbody picking up that second, and here's a teammate in second in the under-15 race. Must be something in the water in Reek and Saw. Libby Hale first up this hill. 1:63. Bethany Trow kind of in no man's land there. The Shrewsbury AC athlete. Just a word on Shrewsbury. They've been awarded the World Athletics Heritage Plaque this week in recognition of the fact that Shrewsbury School was the birthplace of modern cross country. So it is brilliant to see a Shrewsbury AC athlete up in the top 3 in this under-15 girls race. Cross country is such a pure part of our sport, and it takes part in different forms all over the world. So accessible. Really, all you need is someone willing to measure a course out. You don't even necessarily need shoes, they might help, but we see it take place successfully in every corner of the world, and it's here today in Cardiff. And these under-15 girls are well into one big lap, 2 miles up that little hill through the technical sections. This is an athlete walking the course. This will be one of the senior athletes, just casting their eye over the twists and the turns and the lumps and the bumps. And she's going to get chased down by these under-15 girls. They will be very aware. Athletes are so aware when they're on the course that they don't want to be in the way. So that was the under-20 podium. Alice Bates up top. Alice Garner was in second, and apologies, and picked the athlete in third. It might have been a Cardiff AC vest there, but they were beaten by under-17s today. We'll see if that can hold through to the likes of Milton Keynes. That's the next stop on the Cross Challenge Tour, and on to Liverpool. 1:68. I think that could be Sophie Wood. That just came through shot there. But they are just down the back section. This is still the medium lap we've seen on another few races. Single, simple, big lap. Which is nice for these women to work that out. Amelia Williams of Carmarthen and District making her way through shot. Big field making their way towards the log. And what we've seen so far, no casualties of that log. We've seen a few stutterers, a few taking it really, really well. It adds a level of intrigue to this field. Still got Libby Hale out there in the lead. She looked very comfortable hopping over that. Bit of a high clearance from some of those athletes. That's it, conserve energy, get over it nice and smoothly, drive out, have a go at steeplechase, because not enough people do it. And that's a bit of a larger group just trying to sight the barrier. And we've got the log to come. These are some of the under-15 girls. Them from the Gwent League. And the lead athletes struck out on this big loop. Smooth, fast, nice running. This is the point where you might want to take a risk, you might want to dig deep. If you can commit and go with the athlete in front of you and have a bit of company, that's going to make the next few minutes a little bit easier. 2 miles total for these women in this race. They could be out there for around about 10 or 11 minutes. Could still be Libby Hale out there in the lead. Be a bit of a surprise if it is. Some high caliber athletes in there. Sophie Wood, second in the under-13s last year. That was behind Libby Hale. And Freya Woodhead She picked up second place in this race last year, so she's top of the age group. I'd expect her to move up through this group. Just go behind the cricket net, so I was concerned about the angle of that bowler and what was going on, where the athletes were. There they are. Final few athletes coming over the log. Back to the front of the course, working their way round the big lap. Could that be, if this is our lead group, it does look like Libby Hale could be coming under a tiny bit of pressure. At this point, Innes Fitzgerald had a huge lead in the under-17, under-20 race as she turned back to take on a couple of hairpins. There is Libby Hale. She could have been out of shot already, judging by what we can see now in the trees. Has the Swansea Harrier managed to open up a lead, or is she getting hunted down by the athletes behind her? Libby Hale there, that is a decent gap for her. I think that was perhaps another Rican Sorvest just behind her. Libby Hale trying to open up a gap over the rest of the field. So this is the hairpin that features in the big and the medium lap. She'll then have that final hairpin on the finishing stretch, the finishing 300 or 400 metres with that kink in that hairpin. That's the next thing on Libby Hale's agenda. Under 13 winner last year. She was a year younger than so many of the other athletes in this under 15 race. She could come back next year and have another go. Could Libby Hale jump straight from an under 13 win to an under 15 win? She looks absolutely full of running, relaxed, smooth. Welsh Schools 1500 metre champion, doubling her distance and looking like she's hardly breaking a sweat. The athletes are gathering behind. They're in a contest for second and third place. I don't think they're going to get themselves back up towards Libby Hale. Libby Hale, lovely cadence, bounding along. Group of three working to try and get back on turns with Libby Hale. She'll turn right now towards this hairpin. Will she have a look over her shoulder? She'll certainly get a look at the rest of the field as she moves into that hairpin. That's the second chasing group there. You can see them four abreast across the track, across the field, emptying the tank. Pretty much the rule of cross country: run as hard as you can and judge your finish. So Libby Hale at the moment coming into this hairpin turn, and I feel like that lead is just starting to shrink ever so slightly. She's had great 1500 metre results in the summer season. Can she muster some of that 1500 metre speed, or is her endurance going to be found wanting? She's up against these athletes that might specialise in slightly longer distances. Libby Hale has got to find something. She's got around about 250 metres to run. The rest of the athletes are round the tree and they're chasing hard. We could have another sprint finish on our hands. We saw poor Rudy Lang of Scotland get sprinted down by Ewan Sperry. Can Libby Hale hold on for the win here? She's got three athletes gathering behind her. Libby Hale has passed 200 metres to go. She's got to work up this slight hill, build some momentum, power down the other side. Libby Hale trying to go gun to tape. Bryony Boyce managed it. Innes Fitzgerald managed it. Rory Lang nearly managed it and got caught in the closing stages, but I think Libby Hale of Swansea Harriers is going to hold it together. She is going to win. Swansea Harrier, that lead diminishing with every step, but she holds on ahead of Imogen Saunders of Reek and Saw, who comes through for a great second place. I think that's Bethany Troe through in third place. And Millie Gold, Cardiff Athletics, was fifth last year, fourth this year. Megan Thomas, Carmarthen and District coming through for 5th place. Libby Hale, blimey, I wonder if she knew what was going on behind her. Nerves of steel if she did. Daisy Rowe, Exeter Harriers, strong showing from them as a club today. Malby Phillips is making her way across the line. Olivia Morgan, Cardiff Archers, good move up into this under 15 age group after a successful under 13 campaign here last year. Violet Rudkin, another Reconsor athlete, making her way across the line. There's your top 3. I wonder if Libby Hale had a parent or a coach out there saying, watch out, they're coming. Bethany Trope was a really good 3rd place for the Shrewsbury AC athlete. It's the under 15 girls race. And about half of them finished there. Esme White, City of Salisbury, catching her breath. Amelia Williams. Good load of Gwent League athletes as well. Isla Main. All smiles on the Exeter Harriers coach back. They've had a good day out here in the sunshine in Cardiff. Under 15 women completing their 3,200 metre big lap. Leaves us with the under 15 boys. That gets underway at 1:25, and then our first senior race, the women, get underway at 1:40. And we'll go back down to a younger age group, under 20 men at 2:25, completing today's action with a senior men's race at 2:50. Having just watched the under 15 girls race, we'll have a look back 20 years ago at the under 15 girls race, and that is a younger me sprinting desperately in horrible conditions. It was always seemed to rain every time I did cross country, and that look of fear is because I thought I was going to get out sprinted by my long-time competitor Danny Christmas at Crawley AC. But you can see my accolades as well. Went on to enjoy 1500 a lot more, and be pretty much a track runner, but I did start my career as a cross-country runner, especially through the age groups. So important for learning your trade. This is the under 15 boys race. Going off a couple of minutes ahead of time. Let's hope nobody has missed the start. That'd be the nerve-wracking thing if you're over with a last-minute kit change or toilet stop. But hey, 44 competitors listed in the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Got Will Birchall, an Exeter Harrier that won the under 13 race. Innes Fitzgerald, another Exeter Harrier, took a convincing victory in the combined under 17 under 20 race. So Will Birchall could be one to watch in this if that Exeter Harrier team are anything to go by. They've had a good day so far. Got Cody Gilbody, his sister, had a great day, coming second in that race behind Innes Fitzgerald. He was third in the under 13s last year. Just working their way through this. It will be one big lap, just like the under 15 girls race we've just seen. No runaway leader so far. In so many of these races, we've seen one person just fly off the start. Men just relaxing into this race. Matthew Clark, Preston Harriers, moving himself to the fore at the moment. John Nuttall, Helen Clitheroe, famous Preston Harriers. Fantastically well in that vest over the years. Matthew Clark doing his best to fly his city colours there. So no messing around with the small lap, straight up this short, sharp hill. And it is Matthew Clark with a Gwent League athlete for company there behind him. And having said it was a sedate start, I think it was sedate for about 45 seconds, and then Matthew Clark went, nah, come on guys, 2 miles, we can run 2 miles faster than that. Spread that field out straight away, similar to the women's race. These under 15 boys making their way up this hill. You can see the way it just saps their momentum. They need to be doing at this point, driving those arms, driving those knees. They'll practice this in training, they'll do hill reps. Really strong technique to hill running if you've got the energy to execute it. It's really busy here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge, helped largely by the sunshine. I said earlier I did see a burger van, a pizza van even, so I can stay here all day long and enjoy the action. It's lined all the way down the finish straight as well. We've still got some of the under 15 girls making their way, getting cheered on through the finish tape as the under 15 boys around about halfway. Matthew Clark striding away at the moment. That's John Pepin behind him. He was second at the London Mini Marathon at the start of October. Good progress following a 9th place at the English Schools 1500. We've still got another Gwent League athlete in there as well. And a bit of a gap back to the rest of this field. That's Miguel Jenkins, who's third at the Welsh Schools 1500. He was leading that second pack, trying to bridge the gap. Just one big lap for these under 15 boys. If they don't make that big move now and commit, and the race could be over if they want to get involved in the top 5 or 6 or so. Large field, 44 cross challenge entrants. And then the Gwent League guys getting involved as well. Over the log, nice and smooth. That was our lead group of 5 or 6 whizzing over the log. Then it's going to get a bit more congested. Can the second group get over there without any issues? They have spread out ever so slightly into that. That might be intentional. There might have been athletes in that group saying, I've got to go now, give myself a clean sight at that log. And now they're going to head out on this nice, smooth, big lap. Spread out as they've headed out on this big lap. See John Pepin there in second place. It still is Matthew Clark. Here's Preston Harrier's vest, dark blue. He's got a red hoop round the middle. But Matthew Clark striding away on this big lap. John Pepin, brilliant second place at the mini marathon. I think the under 15 race at the mini marathon would be pretty similar to this, around about 2 miles. Finishing down that iconic mall. So inspirational, that London Marathon event. John Pepin in second place at the moment. Matthew Clark looks full of running. This group spread out at the moment, but you feel like John Pepin's just going to come under some pressure there. Second and third battle. Matthew Clark is out in the lead, but we have had a change. That is John Pepin down to third place. So Matthew Clark working his way back towards this first hairpin on the medium lap. So we have got still the Preston Harriers vest out front. Looks like that second place. Blue vest with a white stripe has overtaken John Pepin. And they're powering through this first hairpin. And Matthew Clark swinging round. He has a bit of a look over his shoulder. Can he see anything through those trees? He's probably got around about 500 metres to go. And this is a charge from 126, George Wilson of Cleethorpes AC. George Wilson just ate up ground out on that quiet section in the big lap. First he had John Pepin to aim at. Now he's got Matthew Clark to aim at. John Pepin, he looks tight, he looks tired. He's got those shoulders hunched up like he's desperate for some more oxygen into those lungs. Matthew Clark in the lead at the moment. He's got one more hairpin to go. Will he take another nervous look as he turns towards that? Because George Wilson is on the charge. The Cleethorpes AC athlete looks like he's got better momentum. John Pepin labouring there in third place. See, someone's saluting. Maybe they've seen a single magpie. But there is the front of the field. Matthew Clark heads into this final hairpin turn. George Wilson is just, I think, gaining half a metre or so every few strides on Matthew Clark. Has Matthew Clark got anything left? Will he go again? Will he do this hairpin and see that he's got George Wilson just lurking behind him? George Wilson has got to go now if he wants to have a go at beating Matthew Clark. John Pepin looked like he could be safe in that third place, but if you've got your pacing wrong in a cross country, it could all come crashing down. Matthew Clark will see that 200 metre to go board. The little red square is going to go past it. And that is a great lead over George Wilson. Surely Matthew Clark is going to manage this, and it's going to be another gun-to-take victory. These young competitors are fearless, willing just to strike out and ask if anybody else can go with them. Matthew Clark hitting that downhill section. It is a really fast finish from George Wilson. He's gonna run out of ground. Matthew Clark looks over his shoulder. He knows he's under threat. He's going to work all the way to the line, and it will be a win for Preston's Matthew Clark. But George Wilson at Cleethorpes AC so nearly caused an upset there. Him powering down that hill, reminiscent of Ewan Sperry, a Bristol and West athlete that managed to outkit Rudy Lang, and that is a good third place for John Pepin. And then a league athlete coming through in fourth for Wells City. And there is fourth over the line, 87. Will Birchall, under 13 winner last year, top 6 here this year. Christopher Oliveira of North Devon coming through well there as well. Lucas Salvage and a good sprint finish there ahead of Miguel Jenkins. Joshua Sanders, and there's the presentation of the girls under 15 was a win for Libby Hale, and Bethany Troe already picked up her bronze medal there. The instant medal ceremony here for these athletes. Imogen Saunders picked up a great second place. She judged her effort really well, but so did Libby Hale. She looked like she might be coming under pressure just in the latter stages. I think Matthew Clark. But Libby Hale just managed to muster something in that final 300 or 400 metres to, in the end, be a convincing winner at the under 15 girls race. Big blanket finishes here in this boys under 15 race. See the difference in that finishing straight. If you're building momentum or starting to tie up, could be as much as 10 places there. The officials just having to make some quick snap decisions there to get these athletes into the finishing funnel in the right position. Under 15 boys just completing their one big lap, which sets the scene for the first senior race. First race that counts in the World Athletics World Athletics Cross Country Gold Tour. Got a big old field of senior and masters women gathering by the finish straight. 66 listed in the Cardiff Cross Challenge entries, but I can tell you there are far more women making their way over to that start line. The Gwentley contingent will be massive. They'll do 2 large laps. There'll be some of the senior men having a walk out there. Some of the athletes to pick out, international athletes from Ethiopia and Kenya, and some of our best domestic athletes as well. Jenny Nesbitt, Welsh Commonwealth Games representative. I'm sure she'll get some loud support from this home crowd. Jess Gibbon, another athlete to watch. She won the overall cross challenge last year, the Reading AC athlete, and was 3rd at this race in Cardiff. She had a really consistent season over all the different fixtures to pick up that overall title. He's just making their way to the start line. Kate Avery making her way to the start line. Really interesting last few months for Shildon AC athlete. We go at some ultra trail races. So it could feel like quite a sprint for Kate Avery. 2 big laps, 6.4 kilometres, quite a short senior women's race, just easing their way into the season. It will go up to more like 8k as we look towards Liverpool and European Cross. Look at these 2 big laps. It's a long time to get to know our field, but we are going to pick out some of the highlighted entries for the Ethiopian Rubris Ashel, the 17-year-old who's done 4:03. This is Pamela Kosgei of Kenya, 5th at the World Junior Steeplechase in Cali, Colombia. Just 18 years old. Really intriguing addition to this field. She was the Discovery Kenya Cross Country Champion this year as well. Just making her way forward to the line. More like a road running sort of introduction here, but it's great to highlight our international athletes. Lauren Cooper, Welsh steeplechaser, just biding her time, politely behind. And that is a Laura Toots giving us a wave, the Clonliffe Harrier, and now realising that maybe she didn't want to draw attention to herself. The next athlete that is being introduced is Megan Keith. Won the under-20 junior race last year, then went on and won the Liverpool Cross Challenge, and then the European Championships in the under-20 age group, here to test herself against the senior competition. Jess Gibbon, the overall champion last year, went off and represented Great Britain at the European 10k Cup last year, but fell over. The devastation there for Jess Gibbon. She was 11th at last year's European Cross Country Championships, just ahead of Wales' Jenny Nesbitt. She was 10th in Dublin at that European Cross Country Championships, and then made fantastic progress in the indoor season, down to 8:48 for 3k, 15:17 in the 5k, representing Wales at that Commonwealth Games. And Jenny was second here last year to her training partner Charlotte Arter. The lead entries to keep an eye out for: Amelia Quirk, the Bracknell AC athlete, high quality athlete on the field and on the track. See some of the Gwent League athletes spreading out over the field as well. And it is a fast start down there. See Kate Avery, I highlighted her before, she's been doing those ultra trail races. I think in her head right now is going to be going sprint, 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 because 6.4k is going to feel like nothing after the Mont Blanc ultra trail race that she did a few weeks ago. Kate Avery has been selected for that World Marathon Championships in Thailand alongside Jess Bailey, who we saw take third place in the under-17 race. The European Junior Cross Country Champion Megan Keith is in the lead at the moment. Looks like Jenny Nesbitt is slotted in beside her. 6.4k. We expect these women to be around about 21, 22 minutes on this kind of surface and that kind of distance, maybe a shade faster. Depends whether they get going nice and quickly, but 2 big laps, so hopefully not too much lapping going on by the time they get around that second big lap. So Megan Keith in the lead at the moment in her yellow Inverness Harriers AC vest. Jenny Nesbitt running in her sponsored New Balance strip next to her. Jess Gibbon in the red of Reading AC, slotted on the inside as well. See Pamela Kosgei, Kenyan athlete, orange shirt, blue shorts, slotted in there as well. And Amelia Quirk, the Bracknell AC athlete. The other athlete in the yellow vest, not to be confused with Megan Keith. Get your eye in on those slightly different vests, so we could be seeing a lot of those two over the next 20 minutes or so. Sprinting themselves up this first short, sharp hill. Elizabeth Williams of Pembrokeshire Harriers getting herself involved as well. Jenny Nesbitt just pushing herself ahead of Jess Gibbon and Megan Keith. The rest of this field getting themselves up that short, sharp hill. Coming up on 3 minutes in this senior women's race. In the wooded section, top part of this big lap. We'll do two mile loops for a total of 4 miles of cross country running. And this section of the course very much cross country. Disrupts your rhythm. And it takes a special kind of runner. Not all track runners can run on cross country and vice versa. Jess Gibbon, really consistent cross-country performer. Third in this race last year behind Jenny Nesbitt, Charlotte Arter. Putting herself right up in the top 3. Some athletes there having to make a choice. Do they want to sprint a little bit, get on the back of that group, stay involved? Annabelle Gummo, one of the athletes stuck in that no man's land at the moment. Lauren Cooper, I'm sure she'd love to get herself back up with that group in front, have some company. A long old lonely 4 miles. And the Halsham Reading AC coming through at the moment. And last time we saw it was Jess Gibbon, another Reading AC athlete at the front. It's a big old fast moving group that are going to be coming up on that log jump. This could be high stress, high drama for the coaches and the spectators. Let's hope the women can get a good look at this. Jess Gibbon still at the front, Jenny Nesbitt on her shoulder. Amelia Quirk over that, no problem, as was Megan Keith. Billy Bowden just trying to bridge that gap onto the back of Kate Avery, go with that front group. Aldershot Farnham, a district athlete, just slightly isolated at the moment, because Jess Gibbon is pushing the pace on at the front. Great to see large fields here in a senior women's race. High quality and high attendance as well, just what you want to see in a cross-country league, because it's so accessible and you can have these big fields if you design the course appropriately. You need to avoid the lapping to make sections wide enough. There's no reason you can't have scores of athletes running these cross-country races. We'll see even more starters for the men's race. That gets underway at 2:50. The senior women's race will slot in an under-20 men's race before heading back for that senior men's competition. There's Jenny Nesbitt, stride for stride with Jess Gibbon. Pamela Koskai is tucked in there, right next to the tape, running the shortest line alongside Amelia Quirk. Megan Keith just running slightly wider on the shoulder of Amelia Quirk for the time being. And some of you might wonder, it does look like a mixed gender race. I think they let some of the men run this shorter distance in the league races if they don't want to run the men's 6-mile race. And there's Jess Gibbon, Reading AC athlete, pushing at the front. That 11th place in Dublin at the European cross-country last year was really impressive from Jess Gibbon. Just behind Jenny Nesbitt, she picked up a 10th. That was one of her races of her life, and Jenny Nesbitt just pushed on every month after that. 8:48 indoors. Turned down a slot at the World Indoor Championships to focus on qualifying for Wales for the Commonwealth Games. Jenny Nesbitt has to have the award for running the most 15:30 to 15:35 solo 5Ks in her quest for that 15:30 qualifying mark for the Commonwealth Games. That was a big breath of relief from the athletics community when Jenny Nesbitt finally snuck under that Welsh qualifying time and did get to go to Birmingham and represent her nation. Just making her way through that first hairpin on this large lap. Jess Gibbon in familiar territory here. So many podium finishes in the Cross Challenge series. Megan Keith still very much involved. Amelia Quirk just slotting in behind Jenny Nesbitt. Pamela Koskai of Kenya, the 18-year-old, just seems to be covering every move. Still Elizabeth Williams, Pembrokeshire Harrier, just towards the back of this group as well. We've got one other in there. Athletes will go through this next hairpin, and that's Amelia Quirk to the front for the first time. Talked about fastest legs at the road relays, and that being a bit of a precursor for a result here. Amelia Quirk flew round Sutton Park. Second fastest time ever at the senior road relays, behind only Paula Radcliffe. And some people are saying the course Amelia ran on was different to the one Paula Radcliffe ran on. Who knows whether it was faster or slower, but anyway, for the only person to have ever whizzed around Sutton Park faster than you to be Paula Radcliffe, that's got to give you some confidence. Bracknell AC athlete looking full of confidence at the moment, just having a go at the front of this race. Jenny Nesbitt responding, she's alongside her. Pamela Koskai just slotting in. Nice and relaxed. That's the hairpin turn there. Getting towards completing this first big lap. And this guy thinking, how long can I run with the senior women's? The young imposter running down the tape there. Let's have a look back at some of the athletes. Still in the top 20 or 30 there. And these people thinking, who put a log in our Saturday morning run? Probably wishing they'd gone to the park run over in Butte Park. That wouldn't have had any logs in the way. Immediate Quirk starting to push the pace at the front of this race. They're just gonna nip off to the right and make their way out for a second time. So this is the halfway point in the race. If anyone's been relaxing and biding their time, this could be when they push on. Immediate Quirk, no stranger to front running. I think Ellie Wallace is the other athlete we've got in this main pack. Immediate Quirk pushing at the moment. Megan Keith has responded really well to pull up just ahead of Jenny Nesbitt. And you can see Jess Gibbon just starting to struggle ever so slightly at the moment, as is Elizabeth Williams. Could be decisive push here from Amelia Quirk. It's been a gentle squeeze. There wasn't a drastic change of pace. It was just Amelia Quirk saying, oh, that's not quite fast enough, just as we came into the hairpins in the latter stage of that big lap. See the size of this field spread out across the big lap. Amelia Quirk once said there's two types of front runners: someone that can get out there and relax and feel good, and then someone that can feel the pressure. And she very much feels when she's in the lead like this, she can just relax, she can just push the pace on. She's not got to worry about chopping her stride, think about what anyone else is doing. She loves to just push the pace and run free. Amelia Quirk looking relaxed here, and she's whittled this group down to 3 athletes: Pamela Koskai, 18-year-old from Kenya, and Megan Keith, first year out of the under-20 rankings. So this is a very young top 3 at the moment in the senior women's race. Amelia Quirk just 1 year out of the under-23 age groups. She picked up 12th in the under-23 European cross-country last year. Back that up with a 15:27 indoors. And then really disrupted few months for Amelia Quirk after that. Ankle issues all over the place. She's started this winter season looking as strong as she ever has. Mick Wood's coached Bracknell AC Amelia Quirk, looking full of running at this stage. Megan Keith just struggling to hold on to the coattails of Pamela Koskai as they whiz down that hill. Philly Bowden, great marathon debut in February for her, 2:34. Good to see her making that conversion into the marathon. These athletes just making their way into the start of their second large lap. I do think it is cruel. We saw this in some of the earlier races where you can see the finish gantry and you've just got to go off, do a whole nother lap. There is Amelia Quirk down this back straight, stretching out, really comfortable in this terrain. Can't tell if that's just sun glistening or whether the course is starting to cut up ever so slightly. We had some rainfall this morning and then it's been dry all day. So Amelia Quirk at the moment looks like she's just got Pamela Koskai for company. Megan Keith just drifting away from those guys. Jess Gibbon working hard to get herself back into contention. That is Elle Twentyman of Taunton ANC running alongside Jenny Nesbitt. So we see Niamh Bridson-Hubbard just keeping herself ahead of Nancy Scott. High quality domestic competition going on. All in the top 20 here. Mary Mulhare as well. Kate Avery. I said so much time spent on that ultra running, doing really well back here in the domestic cross-country season. Philly Bowden working herself into this race. Charlotte done it. Running with Philly Bowden there, but this is the leaders taking the log for the second time and the last time. Amelia Quirk nips over that. Pamela Koskai looked good though. That was a great move off Pamela Koskai, kicking into the log. Pamela Koskai really at home over the barriers. She is a steeplechase specialist, so no surprise there. I wondered whether that was going to be the start of a move, but it looked like Amelia Quirk just whizzed straight back round into the lead. These other athletes just enjoying this downhill section. They'll probably able to catch their breath slightly before that log and this section on the big lap. So we are getting into the latter stages in this senior women's race. The race has been totally broken apart, largely by the effort of Amelia Quirk. The Bracknell AC athlete has just lifted the pace, and it is only Kenya's Pamela Koskai who has been able to go with her. So Amelia Quirk just trying to open herself a gap over the Kenyan athlete. This is a World Athletics cross-country gold level event, and that means extra prize money. It means points in the overall cross-country tour series with World Athletics, but it also means World Athletics qualification points. Women that finish high up in this race will accumulate points that can count towards their World Athletics rankings. That could qualify them for the World Championships in Budapest. So there is so much at stake in this race, and it's brilliant to see a gold level cross-country World Athletics event here in the UK at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Amelia Quirk is a ferocious competitor. She loves to race, she loves to push, she loves to lead, but Pamela Koskai, for the first time, really looks like she's trying to make a winning move. She whizzed over that hurdle, over the log, got a slight lead on Amelia Quirk, but then Amelia Quirk pushed back. See Pamela Koskai being cheered on from the side. That does look like Pamela Koskai has raised her pace. She could be pulling away from Amelia Quirk as they move well into the last kilometre of this 6.4 kilometre race. She's heading into these two hairpins towards the end of this big lap, and it very much looks like Pamela Koskai was biding her time. Wants to walk the course perhaps with some fellow athletes, coaching team, and realise if I can stay involved till this point and then kick, I can have this race. Pamela Koskai showing her pedigree. 5th place at the World Juniors in the steeplechase in Cali, Colombia back in August. And there's Mick Woods, that's Amelia Quirk's coach, just leaning in there, giving her a yell. It's a great run from Amelia Quirk. She's going to push all the way to the finish. Amelia Quirk has got a mean sprint finish on her, and Pamela Koskai has misjudged this at all. Could we see Amelia Quirk come back into contention? That's one hairpin done. They're going to head back towards the finishing straight and then do that one more awkward tight hairpin. Pamela Koskai pumping those arms hard, just raising that cadence, raising that momentum. Lovely forward lean. She's now got lapped athletes to aim at. She'll have to follow direction really well here. And she laps these runners. The only decision she's got to make is whether she goes straight down the finishing straight or off on another big lap. Hopefully she knows very much that it was just 2 laps around this course, so one hairpin for Pamela Koskai. There's Amelia Quirk, still moving well. And that's what I mean, if you design a course well, there's very few lapped instances that go on. Lapped athletes very kindly just sticking to one side, letting Pamela Koskai glide through. This is the first gold label World Athletics cross-country tour event of this winter season. And Pamela Koskai looks like she could be taking maximum points. The next event is in Bydgoszcz next week in Poland. World Athletics really trying to create a tour kind of element to the cross-country season where the athletes can go around, collect prize money, collect points, galvanise the cross-country scene. Cross-country takes place all over the world. We do have the moments where everyone's pulling in the same direction, European Cross Country Championships, World Cross Country Championships. With the addition of this World Athletics Tour, you can see that unity internationally. Pamela Kosgei passes the 200 metres to go mark. And she's getting faster and faster with every stride. 18-year-old from Kenya, Pamela Kosgei, is going to take an emphatic victory here. Hopefully she is enjoying herself. She's getting cheered on. Crowds lining the whole of this finishing straight. Manages to hold it together down that little dip. She's going to take the tape for Kenya. Pamela Kosgei is our winner of the senior women's race. Amelia Quirk is going to be the best British athlete. She looks tired. She's pushed herself extremely hard to try and run with Pamela Kosgei. It will be second for Amelia Quirk. Jess Gibbon holding on well to a third place. And Elle Twentyman from Taunton AC. Apologies for not picking her name out earlier. Didn't quite make out her bib through the race, but a fantastic fourth place for the Taunton AC athlete. Jenny Nesbitt coming back from a great track season for fifth place. Megan Keith, under 20 European champion, sixth here in the senior race. Neve Bridson Hubbard getting herself over the line there. Another couple of athletes between her and Megan Keith. So Nancy Scott next over the line. Mary Mulhare just following the Aldershot Farnham and District athlete across the line. And there is a very tired and hopefully very happy Pamela Kosgei. Did expect big things from the Kenyan athlete. She is the Discovery Kenya cross-country champion. From a nation that is so renowned for its cross-country running, to win a race of that calibre, it's super impressive. Kate Avery across the line, Philly Bowden completing her efforts as well. Women, they're just coming up on their final attempt at the log jump, and then they'll go out on that big loop before making their way back down to the finish. It's all smiles between Amelia Quirk and Pamela Kosgei, and so they should be. $2,000 for the win here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge, $1,000 for second. Some World Athletics ranking points to boot. It could be really important if Pamela Kosgei or Amelia Quirk might set their sights on perhaps the 10,000 metres or 5,000 metres at the World Championships. A few more athletes just making their way over the finish line. Ben and Thomas, Lee Krupa's RC. Fewer people not looking as happy with the log as certainly Pamela Kosgei did. She flew over that log jump. So lovely big field here, completing the Gwent League in the senior women's cross country. And because of this big field, we do have a bit of a pause in the programme. The men's under 20 race gets underway in 20 minutes or so. So I'm going to leave you just with the pictures of these athletes completing their competition and come back in just a few minutes.
announcement to be made by Graham Finlayson, President of Bus Athletics. We'll go
This
in
is
reverse
the
order.
British presentation for the senior women's race. We saw Pamela Kosgei of Kenya take the overall win. But there's also a British-only section here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Third place going to Elle Twentyman of Taunton AC. Super brave run. Big pack early on of around about 6. Elle Twentyman put herself right in there. Managed to push herself ahead of the likes of Jenny Nesbitt and co. to pick up the 3rd place here. She will get that best of British prize money, £150. Jess Gibbon, 2nd in the British category. She was 3rd overall. She got herself a nice bit of prize money for that as well. And there goes Amelia Quirk. It's her first cross-country season as an outright senior at the Bracknell AC athlete. She's been an under-23 up until this point. Numerous European cross-country representatives as an under-23 athlete, but this season trying to make her first GB senior European cross-country team. 5th place at the European indoors over 3,000 metres for Amelia Quirk. Position kind of like that in a European cross-country senior event would be phenomenal from Amelia Quirk. Certainly a very promising showing in that senior race, as it was from Jess Gibbons and Elle Twentyman as well. This is the senior women still coming through the line in their event. Some of the Gwent League competitors. Good sportsmanship there. He's helping out, saying, I didn't cross the line before you. You need to go down the finish funnel before me. And this is a different dog than we've seen. We saw the cockapoo, we had the pug and a Labrador puppy, something that looked like a young sheepdog. Could that be a young Vizsla just parading? Looks like a poor greyhound there, perhaps with the cone of shame. Not what you want, not what you want to be caught with. We've got lots of spectators here for some high quality racing. This is the presentation of the senior women's open race. So we'll get another look at Jess Gibbon. I do think Jess Gibbon will be one of those athletes we look towards the Liverpool Cross Challenge at the end of November, who I'm sure will have her sights firmly set on qualifying for that British European cross country team. Last year we got to kick Amelia Quirk over into the under-23 team, so with Amelia Quirk entering the senior ranks, that British team will be even harder than ever to make. It's always competitive. But Pamela Kosgei from Kenya was an emphatic winner, kicked away in the latter stages of the 2nd big lap to open up a convincing margin of victory over Amelia Quirk. 18-year-old Pamela Kosgei building her experience here on the European circuit, World Athletics Gold Cross Country Tour. I wonder where Pamela Kosgei will go next. Maybe for Big Gosh next week to pick up a few more points on this cross country tour. It was great to have an athlete of her calibre here on show at the British Athletics Cross Challenge in Cardiff. I think that might just have been a shot of Dowie Griffiths warming up. I was very worried the Welshman was only here on presentation duties, but that did look like he could be doing a warm-up. That senior men's race gets underway at 2:50, and that's in around about half an hour. So we have just 2 races here left at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. The under-20 men's race is due off at 2:25, so about another 8 minutes to go until then. I will come back shortly and introduce some of the main competitors in that under-20 men's race. in that senior women's race. Just 2 races left to go. Under 20s and then senior men. Highlights in this field to look out for. Alexander Malloy, he was second here last year, and second at the English Schools Cross Country Championships. He was third at the European Under 20 3,000 metres. From Cambridge and Coleridge, already seen one win from that club already. Isaac Morris in the Under 17 boys race. So got Lewis Hannigan, represented Great Britain over cross country. Also did a PB 29.56 2 weeks ago in a 10k, and his personal best at 29.36, all-time quickest number 5 for under 20 in the UK. So Lewis Hannigan, Kilbarcan AC athlete, might be round about there in the middle, looking for his best. He's wearing 331 on his chest. 5th at Liverpool last year, making that team in Dublin for the European Cross, but just 10th here in Cardiff last year. And Lewis Hannigan has made good strides since then. Could expect him to be up near the front of the race. Got Lewis Small, Ashford AC, English Schools Cross Country Champion. He was 4th last year. 74 entrants overall in this Cardiff Cross Challenge event, and there may be a few of the Gwent League guys in there as well. James Price there, University of Wales, Aberystwyth on the outside. 357, James Peck. We saw that vest on his brother Benjamin Peck in the under 17 race. The defending champion, about 5th or 6th. Let's see how James Peck can get on. Choosing this left-hand side as well, deciding that's his best line of attack. Elliot Davis-Haynes and Vale Royal AC. Again, another 10 out of 10 for coordinate your outfit. Socks and shorts, shoes and vest. 322, Elliot Davis-Haynes might win best dressed. Rhys Llewellyn, Pembrokeshire Harriers, just getting himself alongside Peck on the start line. And they are off. I think that might have been Edward Bird, the Pool AC athlete, just over towards that left-hand side as well. It's his first year as an under 20. He had a great under 17 career. You can see him in the black vest there of Pool AC. It was a brilliant second place for Pool AC in the men's under 17 race from William Rabjohns. So Edward Bird could be pushing himself up there as well. Two big laps, same as the senior women. So they go up that short, sharp hill, round the wooded section, over the log, out on that big open field of the big lap, before making their way round for 2 laps. So there's Edward Bird, 309 on his chest, the Pool AC athlete. Picked up a bronze medal at the European Under 18 Championships in Jerusalem in the summer. Over that 3,000 metre distance. A little bit longer here today, 6,400 metres. Edward Bird moving up an age group, moving up distances, but looking quite comfortable at the moment. Finlay Hines, Swansea Harrier, just up there with the white vest with the green hoop, same as Libby Hale. She was that runaway winner in the under 15 girls race. See Rowan Mills Ingram and those green shorts and Radley AC vest, clashing colours all over the shop. Rowan Mills Ingram knows his way round a cross-country course. He was 4th at the English Schools last year and then went on to win the 1,500 metres on the track. We saw Quinn Neil Ingram having a good showing in the under 17 boys earlier on. Men driving their way up this short, sharp hill. Driving their way up the hill. Avon Valley runners being represented here as well. this race to take around about 20-21 minutes, so probably enough time for some of these guys to go get themselves a coffee. Maybe not those senior men's, they've got to get those numbers on absolutely perfectly. They've probably spent most of the day supporting their younger club athletes. Now they've got to get themselves ready for their race. Prime viewing point for the squirrel is taking his snack with him. A dog off the lead, that is not what we want to see at a cross-country race. As long as they can respect the tape, that is absolutely fine. They don't want to let themselves down, everyone else down, and take a runner down. There's Alex Malloy, that he was one to look out for. Cambridge Coleridge vest there, 348, and white vest with those blue hoops. Same as Isaac Morris, the winner of the under-17 boys race. All the top contenders very much up at the front of this race at the moment, like heading their way towards the first log jump. There's a big group of them. These athletes here just settling themselves into their pace. There's a toss-up between having athletes to run with and then overcommitting and coming unstuck in the latter stages. A bit of research in endurance running that that perception of running with someone else and that being a bit easier can actually make you run faster. It's not all in your head, it is nicer to be in a group. It's Harry Elias, Cardiff, just navigating his way through this nice downhill section. I imagine the athletes will recover a tiny bit on this after that short, sharp uphill and then turn their attention to this log jump. That is a great photo position for the guys, slightly in the way of our film position, but hey, gotta let them get their shots. Oh, that's a big group. Looks like they've all made it through okay, and this is the chase pack, if you can call it a chase pack when your front pack still got 30-35 athletes in. And the women getting their warm down in and cheering on the other athletes at the same time. I expect this race to take around about 20 minutes, so it could be as much as a quarter of the way through this. Well into the first big lap. Looks like a Southampton vest to the fore there. Could be any number. We've got a couple of Southampton names on my list. I won't commit because that's a big old group there. I'm really interested to see if we've got Corey Campbell up there in that lead group as well. The Team East Lothian AC athlete is an under-17, but he's chosen to skip that under-17 race and test himself against these under-20s. He could be one to watch as this race unfolds. Edward Bird, another one of the younger competitors. A distinctive loping tall running stride there in second place. Pretty cagey here in this opening half of two big laps for these under-20 men. These men will be so used to racing each other, and all their attention will be on that European cross-country trial in Liverpool. His Cross Challenge Tour makes its way to Milton Keynes and Teardrop Lakes on the 12th of November. That'll be another chance for these athletes to test themselves, and then everything will be turned towards Liverpool. 313, Ben Brown, Southampton AC. He's the athlete in the lead at the moment. Just pushing the pace on. I'm going to start turning over to their right, making their way back towards the main section of the course. 369, Lloyd Shepherd-Brown, Cardiff AC. He slotted himself into second place. Edward Bird perhaps just going through a little bit of a bad patch. There he goes. He's realised, spotted the danger. You don't want any gaps to open up here. Alex Malloy having a very quiet race, sitting there in sixth place. We expect him to make a big move at some point. Rowan Meal Ingram, Bradley AC just chilling out in that group as well. So the previous race, we did see some of the Gwent League male athletes slot into the senior women's race, and here is our last competitor. Great effort. Not familiar with that Welsh club vest, but he's doing them proud nonetheless. 370, that's Lewis Small in the red vest. He's tucked in there as well. We've also got Solomon Ofraku Smart in the bright yellow absolute tri-vest. There we go. As these last two athletes making their way, running across the line. Have not been running for 7 minutes. That was the clock for the junior men. They've been out there for much longer. Good effort from them. picking out Daniel Mayju, the Wells City Harrier, just gliding towards the outside of that group, trying to get himself past Edward Bird, but Edward Bird has just covered absolutely everything at the moment. And that's a big old group. These athletes just running their own pace behind Ethan McGlenn, Gateshead Harrier, just settling in there. So that is Lloyd Shepherd-Brown just pushing the pace ever so slightly at the front. So Ben Brown, Southampton athlete, still swinging wide there. Daniel Mayju, oh, this is cagey. So they are coming up on the second hairpin, I think, in this big lap. And then they'll head out on a second big lap, and something's got to happen soon, because this is a really big group. These guys have got to be running within themselves. You'd expect a sudden injection of pace any time soon. Not sure it would come from Edward Bird. He's one of the youngest athletes in the race. He might prefer to sort of relax to bide his time, even though he's got the calibre of that bronze medal from the European Under-18 Championships. He might be nervous about the longer distance and the older athletes around him. A couple of yellow vests there making purposeful moves up towards the top of the field. Lloyd Shepherd-Brown, he's been at the front for a while there. Just checking over his shoulder. We talked about this. Emilia Quirk said she likes leading, she can relax when she leads. But Lloyd Shepherd-Brown, for me, there looks like a reluctant leader. Let's pick out some of these other bib numbers. Jack Small, the Ashford AC athlete. Got Lewis Small and Jack Small in this race. There they are, side by side. 3-3-1 as well. That's Lewis Hannigan, a Scottish athlete. He's got the 10k calibre. Lewis Hannigan, surely he wouldn't want this to come down to a sprint finish. He might push the pace on. Coached by Robert Hawkins, father of Derek and Callum, accomplished marathon runners. And Lewis Hannigan was just tucked in the middle of this group. 29.36 for 10k. He will not want this to come down to a sprint finish, especially when you've got a few kickers in there, the likes of Roemil Ingram, English Schools 1500 metre champion, tucked in the middle there in his Radley vest. Good. Swansea Harrier showing out there on the outside. That might still be Finley Hines. We see some team family tactics from Lewis and Jack Small. They're running side by side at the moment, almost looking around, wondering where everyone else is. These are some of the other athletes embarking their way onto this second big lap. So this is the back straight of the big lap. There is that short, sharp hill and that technical section. Could that be where we see somebody just put their foot down, try and get away around those technical turns? A big group like this, if you're caught behind anyone or you have to go wide around some of those turns and nearly right angles, you're gonna lose distance on everybody else. You want to be at the front of this group at the moment, maybe pulling away. Could be a chance to steal an important few metres. Turns into more of a track race when you think about it like that. Roemil Ingram, the 1500 metre specialist, just drifting his way to the back of the group. Alex Malloy, 3000 metre specialist, as is Edward Bird, who's in the lead at the moment. Lewis Small, English Schools cross country champion, just pinned on the inside there. Edward Bird's in a good position. Lloyd Shepherd-Brown is in a good position. Will this twisty, turny technical section sort them out? Still got Lewis Hannigan just tucked in there for the first time. I think that is Lewis Hannigan making a move to the front. The Kilbarchan AC athlete perhaps had enough of this steady, relaxed pace. He wants to get going. A few club vests back there, a few more Cambridge and Coleridge AC athletes, Aldershot, Farnham and District AC. And we have a dog on the course, a leadless, it looks very happy, trotting along, relaxing, but this is pretty much exactly where these under 20 men are going to start whizzing down in about another 45 seconds. Let's hope this owner knows what's going on there, because we would not want, there's a big group of men coming by. It'd be different if they were single file. If it was just the odd runner, there probably wouldn't be any sort of interaction, any reaction from the dog. But the dog doesn't look like they're anywhere near their owner. That's Lewis Hannigan of Scotland. He did make a bit of a move off the top of the hill. That's another cross-country tactic, kicking off the top of the hill. Often the temptation is just to relax and back off. But Lewis Hannigan almost doing the opposite. So I think they are past where the dog was. Let's hope that's been navigated safely. But Lewis Hannigan pushing on the pace at the moment. This is the chase pack led by Samuel Lee of Worcester AC. Also working hard in there is Jake Wilson, Vale Royal. Nice little group of 5 athletes there or so. They've probably got a mile to go. So could be a lonely mile left for George Cootie, Harriers AC there. That is George Keane, Cambridge and Coleridge. And there's another Cambridge and Coleridge hanging out, Gabe Parmenter. His brother OJ Parmenter is in here as well. There is Lewis Hannigan trying to stretch his field out. He's got Edward Bird for company and Ben Brown. And then the fluorescent absolute tri-vest of Solomon of Rocco Smart. That's OJ Parmenter, perhaps in a different vest there. If that 355 bib number is correct. More Gwent League competitors coming through. Oliver Price, Cardiff AC, and it is still Lewis Hannigan in his yellow Kilbarcan AC vest at the front at the moment. Edward Bird has gone with him. Ben Brown was leading at this point on the previous lap. He's managing to get in this top 3. Does look like Solomon of Refro of Smart of Absolute Try is struggling to hold on to these top 3. Lewis Hannigan striding away, pumping those arms. Edward Bird doesn't look troubled at all. He looks so smooth. Ben Brown of Southampton just doing everything he can to hold on to the 3. Edward Bird having a look around. Does that mean he's tired? Or does that mean he's just trying to get his tactics absolutely right? Second time over the log jump for these athletes. So Lewis Hannigan stretching away. The 10k specialist will not have wanted to have a sprint finish. You can see what it's done to this field. We had a big group as they started this second lap. They spread out ever so slightly up the hill. It was probably Lloyd Shepherd-Brown, Cardiff. He was pushing it at that point, and then suddenly Lewis Hannigan turned the screw. Pretty similar tactics to that of Amelia Quirk in the senior women's race. She did that about the same point on the second lap in the previous race. In the end had to give way to Pamela Kosgei of Kenya for the win. Lewis Hannigan has got 2 men for company. Edward Bird and Ben Brown sticking to Lewis Hannigan like glue. Edward Bird, I haven't seen him really go to the lead yet. I've seen him cover everything, but I haven't seen him push. We talked about how he's a younger athlete moving up into this under-20 age group, perhaps nervous about the distance, waiting for it to unfold. But now, Edward Bird, he's probably got half a mile to go with the first time the Pool AC athlete perhaps can go, it's okay, I feel all right, I can measure my effort over a final half mile. Lewis Hannigan looks like his head's gone down. Cannot respond to the change of pace from Edward Bird. Ben Brown trying to rally. Edward Bird doing everything he can to stride away from this field. Saw a second place for William Rabjohns, his Pool AC teammate. Can Edward Bird make it a win for Pool AC? But he's got a lot of company, so they're heading just to the top of the small lap. They're going to go and do that one last hairpin. So maybe 500 metres to go here. It's Edward Bird from Ben Brown from Lewis Hannigan. Lewis Hannigan has got supreme endurance, number 5 all-time in the under-20 10k on the road. And sometimes, just sometimes, the strength sprint beats the speed sprint. Here we see Lewis Hannigan muster something in this final 400 metres. Edward Bird swung wide, gave away some ground there. Perhaps too much speed going into that corner. This tight left-hand hair-bend turn could be crucial. Edward Bird, Ben Brown, Lewis Hannigan moving into 300 metres to go. How will they navigate this tight turn? Edward Bird drives out of it. There's no change. Ben Brown drives out of it. Lewis Hannigan for the first time looks like he could be losing ground on Ben Brown. Edward Bird's looking right, he's looking left. Is there anybody with him? 200 metres to go is just round this corner. There's a slight rise and then they power downhill for the last 150 metres. And Edward Bird is gone. It's like he was waiting for that 200 metre mark. He is a track specialist. He is a bronze medalist over 3,000 metres at the European Under-18 Championships. And he is going to walk away with this Under-20 race here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Edward Bird of Pool AC is your runaway winner here in the penultimate race. He takes the Under-20 win just ahead of Ben Brown of Southampton AC. And Lewis Hannigan did everything he could to break these men in that second lap, and he's rewarded with a third place. That's Alex Malloy coming through for fourth or fifth there. Daniel Maydew just behind him. Last finishes there from Lewis Small. Raffo Smart coming through there, just in the top 10. The other small brother, Jack Small, just a notch outside that. Finley Hines making his way through the finish line. So I think the splintering of that massive group we had coming through into the start of that second big lap, we knew it was a big group, and it was just blown apart by Lewis Hannigan putting his foot down. Some tired men completing their 4-mile cross-country race here around Cardiff and our fields. Jake Wilson and Vale Royal. There's Edward Bird looking around thinking that I probably could have gone earlier. It was the day opening lap with that big group, and he just wound it up. Lewis Hannigan had a go. Edward Bird must have thought, is that all I'm going to get out of this field? Is that the biggest challenge? Because when he hit around about half a mile to go, he just lengthened his stride and got faster and faster. And that last 200 from Edward Bird was scintillating. I'm sure he'll get some bigger challenges through this season, and if he can qualify himself for that European Championships that takes place in Turin, Italy in the middle of December, Edward Bird will certainly get to test himself against the best in Europe again. Bronze medal at an under-18 age on the track. Could Edward Bird start to dream about top 6, top 3 in the under-20 age group on the cross-country? There is a look at the whole British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, kicked off here in Cardiff at Llandaff Fields, next to Teardrop Lakes in Milton Keynes, and Sefton Park in Liverpool, incorporating that European cross-country trial. Then on to Scone Palace, Perth. And the first time we've been back in Scotland with this Cross Challenge Series for a while. And then Prestwood Hall in Loughborough will be the final in the Cross Challenge Series. There's double points up for grabs in Loughborough. The athletes will accumulate points throughout the season, and then they'll look to win that overall title. It comes with domestic bragging rights and a nice bit of cash in your pocket for most of the age groups. And a nice prize from sportshoes.com. We are delighted to bring you the news that we currently have a dog-free back straight. The word on the street from our cameraman is that the owner has retrieved the dog, because that was nerve-wracking. I didn't want a dog tripping up that big group of athletes. And there's going to be even bigger groups coming through in this final race. We've got 123 listed entrants. That's in the Cardiff Cross Challenge event, and then we'll have all the Gwent League athletes. This happens at these different Cross Challenge series events. You know, pick up the local league. When they go to Milton Keynes next time, you'll have the Chiltern League incorporated in that. And there's a relevant league up in Liverpool as well. I grew up racing the Chiltern League, so I'm familiar with that one. There's always a local league incorporated into these cross-challenge races, which is kind of fun. Brings an extra bit of pizzazz to a local cross-country. This is also our second World Athletics Cross-Country Tour event. This event here in Cardiff has been awarded gold status. Saw Pamela Kosgei of Kenya take the victory on the women's side. Will be a World Athletics Cross-Country Tour winner from this race as well. We touched on it in the senior women's race. There's World Athletics ranking points up for grabs. Would that help athletes as they look towards qualifying for the World Championships next year? It's also a nice bit of prize money, $2,000 for the win, $1,000 for second, $200 for third. And then points, similar to the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, the World Athletics Cross Country Tour. You can accumulate those points, total them up over the season, and then win that overall as well. A lot of those athletes might be looking towards the World Cross Country Championships. They're in Bathurst, Australia in February. From a UK perspective, very much focused on that European Cross Country Championships. Often so fruitful for our British athletes. Great to have a look at some of our domestic competition. Our first look really on the major domestic cross-country stage. A lot of athletes might have done the road relays or a local cross-country league. It's great to see Innes Fitzgerald win the combined under-17 and under-20 race as an under-17. Very impressive victory there. Amelia Quirk, the best of the British women in that senior race. And Edward Bird, emphatic, winning that junior race. And the penultimate competition. And we'll know a little bit more about our domestic senior men and the kind of shape they're in probably half an hour or so. They've got 3 big laps, 6 miles, 9.6k. And if you put these men on a road, then you'd think they'd be quite significantly under 30 minutes for 10k, a lot of these men. But there are a few hills, a few more twists and turns. It has been good running here today though in Cardiff. Beautiful sunshine. A lot of rain yesterday, a lot of rain when they were setting up this morning. But it's been dry and sunny throughout these 11 races. These are some of the international competitors we've got here. Edward Zakeo of Kenya, just 20 years old. He picked up a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games back in 2018. This is Rogers Kibet. He probably likes his chances. He's 2 times 5th placer at the World Junior Championships. This is Gazolo Ayana of Ethiopia. He was second at the Cardiff half just 2 weeks ago. I bet Ayana's just chilled out here in Wales for a couple of weeks, getting ready for this. This is Mohammed Mohammed of Southampton Athletics AC. He is the national cross-country champion. And Dowie Griffiths, Welsh marathon runner. Given applause by the local crowd as well. 2:09 marathon runner Dowie Griffiths, working himself back into form in a 64:15 at the Cardiff half. Fastest in around about 3 years for Dowie Griffiths. It's great to see that. Big field here for the senior men's race. With 3 big laps, we will start to encounter lap runners. They'll be used to this though, they'll be disciplined, they'll get out of the way. As we did with the senior women's race, it will take a while for them to catch those lap runners, so hopefully they can have a bit of a smooth run before that. But there's some serious quality in this field. It's going to be fascinating to see how this race unfolds. Kenyan, Ethiopian and a Ugandan are really going to test the likes of Mohammed Mohammed. We've got Emil Caress in there as well. Zakaria Mohammed, the younger brother of Mohammed Mohammed. He won the cross challenge overall last year. still an under-23 athlete. It's been really fun for these guys to test themselves against the likes of Edward Zakayo, Gazilo Ayana and Rogers Quebec. It looks like the international competitors might have got themselves to the front of the field already. And the wind's just picking up here in Cardiff. I've said it was sunny all day. It might have jinxed it. I don't think there's enough clouds in the sky to get any rain, surely. Look at that, still good, fast running. It's slightly soggy underfoot, I'd say, around there, but nothing significant, nothing that should challenge these guys. Looks like Roger Quebec of Uganda just pushing at the front at the moment. Got him down, is just 19 years old. And Yeko just alongside him as well. That was Zakaria Mohammed in the bright pink vest. He's just feeling out this course. 3 big laps. They've got plenty of time to get their head around the twists and the turns and the ups and the downs. Hordes of club runners coming through behind. Many a club athlete in there that will say, I just don't want to get lapped. When you've got people like the Commonwealth bronze medalist Edward Zakayo hiding in there, you might think a lot of athletes that might get lapped here. Here's just a look back at the presentation for the under-20 men. Jason Henderson, Athletics Weekly, having a chat with Edward Bird. I'm sure you'll be able to read about that on their social media straight away. We have got stretching away at the front of this race. Zakayo. And it is Zakaria Mohammed just pushing himself up into the front of the race. Emil Caress just getting himself involved. All these athletes just filtering through our screen. It's not a long time till they hit that log. And this is a big group of fast-moving men. Hopefully they're still alert, still got their wits about them. And they won't be troubled too much. And here they go, first time over the log. Zakaria Mohammed has got himself in the middle. His older brother Mohammed is to his side, and Joel Ayeko of Uganda looked like he just took the log first. He's picked up a world silver at the mountain running championships. I bet he thought, someone told him he was going to come and do cross country in the UK. He was hoping for a hilly, muddy course that would suit a mountain runner, but instead he's got a fairly flat course here at Landau Fields. They embark out on the first open section here on the big lap, and that lead group have separated themselves pretty quickly. I think that could be Dowie Griffiths just trying to hang on to the back of that group. He said he'd done that 65.12 at the Cardiff half. That was the fastest he'd done for a few years, and Dowie is a great cross-country runner on his day. 13th at the Eurocross back in 2018, but ran the Commonwealth Games Marathon. That wasn't all that long ago. It could be a case of Dowie Griffiths still getting up to top pace, as these men have gone out really aggressively. There's our under-20 podium. Edward Bird, well, it looked like it might be his Pool AC teammates. Maybe they're just getting a team shot there. Pool AC had a great day so far. Edward Bird taking the win. William Rabjohn's getting second in the under-17 race. That's our first look at Emil Caress. He has made his way to the front. Last time we saw Emil Caress, he was doing some pacemaking duties at the London Marathon. Back here racing his own right. It's the bulk of the senior men's field making their way round the first of 3 big laps. A lot of changes going on here at the front of this field. Emil Caress looked like he was content to lead. Just going around this first hairpin, gentler of the 2 hairpins on the loop. That is still Ayeko of Uganda, the mountain running specialist. Couldn't really find any cross-country or track pedigree for Ayeko, but if you can pick up a silver medal at the World Mountain Running Championships, you'd say that should make you a pretty decent cross-country runner. So Jess Bailey, one of our best British mountain running athletes, pick up 3rd in the junior women's race. Emil Caress just trying to match Ayeko stride for stride at the moment. Mohammed in his red and white Southampton vest is pulling himself up into 3rd place. When we look at this British Athletics Cross Challenge series overall, Zakaria Mohammed won the event last time, and then Mohammed won it. We missed a year with the COVID pandemic, but Mohammed won it in 2019-20. So could the Mohammed brothers be on for a hat-trick of Cross Challenge series titles? Too early to say that. We've got 5 fixtures to get through, but both are full of running at the moment. Kind of like that mission. Certainly seen some shots of Zakaria Mohammed training out in Ethiopia in the last few months. Mohammed and Zakaria Mohammed do a lot of their training together. At the moment, Emil Caress and the 2 Mohammed brothers, the only British athletes able to live with the pace in the opening stages of this senior men's race. Joel Ayeko pushing on the pace at the moment, the Ugandan. Taking that corner at tremendous speed. You just gotta, when you pan out and you have a wider camera angle like this, you can really appreciate the speed that these men are moving at. I'm sure that spectators on the side of the course will be flabbergasted at how fast they're gliding over this grass. It's nice conditions, it isn't super muddy, it's not heavy underfoot, but it is an absolute delight to watch. Rogers Kibet, the other Ugandan, the shorter Ugandan there, one with the arm sleeves, is just pulling up alongside Joel Ayeko. We haven't seen Rogers Kibet so far in this race, and he's pulled up alongside Joel Ayeko as they move into this 2nd of 3 laps. Rogers Kibet, 2 5th places at that World Junior Championships in Cali in the 3,000 metres and the 5,000 metres. He's picked up podium finishes at some of the big cross countries across Europe, El Goibar, Hanut. So he knows his way around a European cross country course. 2 Ugandans alongside Emil Caress. Just starting to see Mohammed and Zakaria Mohammed just struggle at the back of this group. Make you think that Rogers Kibet has maybe upped the pace just a tiny bit. Also got Gazilo Ayana of Ethiopia. He's just the athlete in 5th place at the moment. As you look at it, could he be struggling with the pace, or is he just feeling out his competitors, settling down? He was 2nd at the Cardiff half 2 weeks ago in 60 minutes 17 seconds, so he could still be a tiny bit tired from that. Just out of shot at the moment, Gazilo Ayana. Could this group be down to 4 competitors already? Edward Zakeyu of Kenya, just pulling himself away with these top 4. He's in the Adidas strip, the same strip as Emil Caress has got in. Second place at the moment, Edward Zakayo. So this is the second big lap. And you can see how much more spread out this senior men's field is. And see Jack Gray coming through. Oh, I thought he was still on his honeymoon, but no, he's here running Cardiff Cross Challenge. What else? Maybe this is his honeymoon. Some people do love cross country that much. These athletes working hard at the hill. So 3 big laps in total. This is the long downhill stretch section. We've seen many athletes try and use that uphill downhill combination to spread the field apart. Amelia Quirk managed it. Lewis Hannigan managed it. But this is just a second of 3 laps. It might be too early for these athletes to do that. Rogers Kibet to the fore at the moment. Edward Zakayo, Kenyan athlete, happy to go onto the shoulder of the Ugandan. It's Gazilo Ayana just dropping off the back of that pack. And Mohammed, followed by his brother Zachariah Mohammed. Have a look back at the rest of this field. That's Alex George. Brilliant 10K on the roads in Romania, 28:40 just 3 weeks ago. Previous NCA runner, 15th at the NCA cross country. That's pretty good. And that's the Spanish athlete Chahub Lakgar. He's done a decent 65-minute half marathon as well. These are some of our best domestic cross country runners just making their way through this field. Probably closing out around about the top 20 there, but once you take out the international athletes, more like a top 15, top 10 at a cross challenge event, which is really good. That was the leaders over the log. Still Edward Zakayo in the lead. Nope, it's not. Rogers Kibet with those arm sleeves. He's pushing himself to the front of the group. Gwent League athletes. Jay Rossiter, Irish athlete just coming through, Irish Steeplechase International, building his winter campaign here. So we are down to 4 athletes in this lead group. 2 Ugandans, a Kenyan and a British athlete. Mohammed working hard, isolated in 5th place in that Southampton AC vest at the moment. I feel like if any of those athletes get that wrong, Mohammed will have enough in his tank to potentially move himself back into the top 4, maybe the top 3. Head out for the second time on this back section. Past the cricket nets, swing back towards one of the more technical sections of this course before they embark on one final 2-mile circuit. Emil Caress is doing everything he can to stick with this group. He's second all time on the UK 10K road running rankings. He's 27:43. It's a brilliant mark by Emil Caress. Done faster than that, 27:34 on the track this year. But really having to work hard against an international competition here today. Here we are back with the leaders. 4 athletes in this lead group. They do this hairpin, then the sharper one, and then they'll set off on one last big lap. Emil Caress bouncing along with 2 Ugandans and a Kenyan for company. Edward Zakayo taking his chance at the front. So he was World Junior Champion back in 2018, and that was just after picking up a bronze medal at the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, and then went on to come 4th at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. So Edward Zakayo, really established runner on the track. You perhaps know what he's up to on the cross country. And he's got Joel Ayeko of Uganda just behind him. And Rogers Kibet behind him. And Emil Caress is just going to have to work super hard to stay in contention with these athletes. Mohamed is having to settle for 5th place at the moment. That could be Gazilo Ayana. That's working his way back up towards that top 4. I thought Ayana was fading and he was behind Mohamed. Puts Mohamed in 6th at the moment. Zachariah Mohamed behind him. Last time we saw Alex George, he looked like he was closing up on Zachariah Mohamed. These athletes just coming down this slope for the 2nd time. 2 of their 3 big laps. Swansea Harriers, a strong showing. So this is pretty congested here, halfway through the 2nd lap with some back runners. You think it's not going to be too long until we see our front runners start to lap runners. Let's hope they don't get caught up in this congestion too much. They've got a while, they won't be there for a little bit. My prediction was 29-30 minutes for the winning time of the race. 9,600 metres, the total distance here in the final race of the Cardiff Cross Challenge. There's a huge field for the senior men's, 122 entered, all the way from guys just picking up points for their clubs to these superstars at the front. Edward Zakeyu, the Kenyan athlete, is pushing the pace on at the moment, and he's stretched this field out. Looks like Joel Ayeku and Rogers Kibet have managed to go with him, but Emil Caress, the best placed British athlete at the moment, just coming under pressure from the Africans. Athletes making their way around these Landa fields. Hopefully this lovely nice weather has kept a few more spectators here, because these 3 are trading blows. Rogers Kibet hits the lead this time. We haven't seen Joel Ayeku hit the lead per se for a while, just maybe settling in, gathering a bit of energy, a bit of speed, and here they are just starting to run to pass these lap runners. This would be good if you're on your own. This might be good for Emil Caress. He's going to be pretty lonely, isolated in that 4th place. Gazilo Ayana looked like he might be catching him ever so slightly. But Edward Zakeyo hits the front again. So the Kenyan athlete doing everything he can to shake off the Ugandan challenge from Joel Ayeku and Rogers Kibet. So Rogers Kibet in the arm sleeves. He's in 2nd place at the moment. Joel Ayeku of Uganda, he's pushing the pace on at the front at the moment. And can Edward Zakeyu of Kenya live with the 2 Ugandans, or are they going to start working together? This is their final big lap. That's the last time up that short, sharp hill. Will they use that speed, kick off the crown of that hill and try and open up any gap? This is the downhill shot. These athletes are running where the leaders are just going to start whizzing through. We haven't seen Emil Caress for a little bit. You think the rest of our domestic field are going to be overtaking these guys? There's Alex George. He's having a great run. Looks like he's kept himself ahead of the rest of the domestic competition. These athletes just joining their 3rd and final big lap. Joel Ayeku of Uganda piling on the pressure down the hill. We did think we might see this. We talked about running off the top of the hill. That's a pretty mean tactic. Everyone sprints up that hill and they want a breather. It's a pretty well-established cross-country technique. You can push off the top of it. Rogers Kibet going toe to toe with Zakeyu and Ayeko. And there's Emile Caresse, still hanging in there. He's got Gazilo Ayana for company. Emile Caresse in 4th place at the moment, the top place Brit. Gazilo Ayana 5th place overall. And there's Mohammed and Zakaria Mohammed, the two brothers, do so much training together. Could they be about to complete the last mile of this race together? Mohammed, perhaps a tiny bit tired, coming off his 62-minute half marathon a couple of weeks ago. Could be giving up family bragging rights to his brother if he can't lift his pace a tiny bit in the last mile. And there's Alex George. He's the next domestic competitor, and I bet it's going to be about 4th Brit there. And that's a brilliant run off for Alex George. There's Joel Ayeko leading the charge from his teammate Rogers Cabet. There's Jack Gray. He looks like he's built into this race really well. He's pushing himself ahead of that little group that he was with. Because times don't matter so much in cross country. There's not so much annoyance weaving between runners. It would if you put yourself at a disadvantage to your competitors if they made a better decision. But it's not like it matters if you cost yourself another couple of seconds going wide and whatnot. But you can see those back runners quite rightly, when they realise they do get out of the way, sometimes it's safer just to stick to the line you're running. These lapped runners, very gamey, at least just trying to run in a straight line. And it is Joel Ayeko in the lead at the moment, the mountain running specialist, piling the pressure on his teammate Rogers Cabet, the youngster. I mentioned his 5th place in the 3K and the 5K at the World Juniors. Personal best of 7:50 and 13:15, phenomenal for a junior, but he's coming under pressure from Edward Zakeyu, Kenyan on his shoulder. At the moment, Joel Ayeko of Uganda looking like he could be the athlete to watch out for in this final lap. These gentlemen are probably a tiny bit over a kilometre left to go on their big lap. Edward Zakeyu still hanging on to the 2 Ugandans. He's trying to get himself past Rogers Cabet, and in doing so those two are keeping themselves in touch with Joel Ayeko. Heading into those final 2 hairpin turns. Still Joel Ayeko, he's been at the lead for around about a kilometre. 2 or 3 minutes, he's really been pushing the pace here at the front. Up that little hill, down the other side. Now they're entering into those 2 hairpins. Hordes of lap runners for these men to get themselves round. Ayeko from Zakeyu from Cabet. That's the first hairpin. Only around about 500 metres to go. If these men know this course, if they've looked at it and studied it before the race today, they know they've got to go soon. And Ayeko, the mountain running specialist, a silver medal at the World Championships. He would have loved there to be a big old mountain right now. That would separate him from these athletes. But there goes Edward Zakeyu, the Kenyan. He's perhaps got the calibre on the international level with that Commonwealth Games bronze medal, the 4th place at this year's Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Edward Zakeyu makes his first bid for the win. Edward Zakeyu's looking up, he's looking down the course. This tight hairpin turn now. Joel Ayeko has gone with him. Surely Rogers Cabet, the younger Ugandan, he's put in so many little bursts to try and stay in contention with these two. Edward Zakeyu is working hard. You can tell this is laboured. They've been going super quick. They've dropped the rest of the field. Emile Caresse tried to live with this pace and he couldn't manage it. That's the tight hairpin turn, and then neck and neck again. Yeku took that corner supremely well. He's got himself back on terms with Zakeu. And they're coming around all these lap runners. They're going to see the 200 metres to go mark in a second. It's going to be a furious sprint finish. Will it be Edward Zakeu of Kenya or Joel Ayeku of Uganda? Zakeu of Kenya is in the lead at the moment. He's lifting his pace, he's kicking, he's looking around his shoulder. He needn't. Joel Ayeku has got no response for this change of pace. Edward Zakeu is powering down this home straight. There's a last minute gasp for Rogers Kibet as well. He is trying to get back on terms with his teammate for the second place, but it is going to be first for Kenya and Edward Zakeu, second for Joel Ayeku of Uganda, and third for Rogers Kibet. High quality, entertaining, fast. Look at that time, just outside 26 minutes for 9,600 metres of cross-country running. A sprint finish between Emile Carrès and Gazilor Ayana. Oh, I'd give that to Emile Carrès. I hope it's not a British bias. It's a good fourth place and first British performance for Emile Carrès. But Edward Zakeu just taking a moment. And that is Mohammed on tired legs in his Southampton AC vest. Second Brit, first Mohammed brother, so he'll be pleased about that. I feel like Zachariah Mohammed was hunting him down through the whole race, but great showing from those two. Zachariah Mohammed still an under 23 as we look towards that European Cross Country Championships in a few weeks. A great run there from Edward Zakeu. Maximum points, maximum prize money in the World Athletics Cross Country Tour for Kenya. Alex George, next of the British athletes, the fourth British athlete. Good sprint there. So, Elson there, Callum Elson getting himself in ahead of Timothy Lafoy, perhaps. Apologies, missed that vest. Jack Gray in next. Smiles all round for Edward Zakeu. Does look pretty delighted with that performance. He also won the Box United Manchester 5K, so Great Britain has been pretty kind for Edward Zakeu in terms of racing, so let's hope we see a little bit more of him. Jeremy Dempsey, Cambridge University athlete, just getting himself across the line. Oscar Bell, Dowie Griffiths as well. There's Thomas Crockett with his fist pump across the line. He looked delighted with that. That's what you like to see, athletes celebrating their performance. The beauty of athletics, doesn't matter where you finish, you can always do your best. Still in the top 30 here in the senior men's competition. See these athletes pushing all the way to the line. It's been a fantastic 11 races here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Certainly finished with a bang there. Three-way sprint finish in the final 400 metres. Edward Zakeu coming out on top for Kenya. Joel Ayeku in second for Uganda. Rogers Kibet picking up third. Great few more finishes here in the senior men's race, but this is going to conclude the audio coverage of your Cardiff Cross Challenge here. It's been a brilliant first fixture in the British Athletics Cross Challenge. It showed us quite where our best domestic talent is as we look towards their winter campaigns that will hopefully include the normal level of success and medals we managed to hold at the European Cross Country. It's also been fantastic to see the World Athletics Cross Country Tour here in Britain and to see the high quality international winners, Pamela Kosgei in the women's senior race and Edward Zakayo here in the men's senior race. We sincerely hope you've enjoyed the coverage and we hope to see you again soon.